A very good morning. Welcome back to yet another GRC Express series training. And this time, the topic would be DAX on Power BI. So DAX is only a formula. It's a construct of how you perform calculations within Power Pivot. In fact, Power BI is a product that came from there. It came from Power Pivot, came from Power Query, and all these technologies from Excel. Okay, so Excel 2013 was the first time they came out with all this. In fact, pardon me, sorry, excuse me. I think it's not 2013. It's earlier. It's 2010, right? Office 2010, Excel 2010 was the first time they introduced Power Pivot. DAX first language was introduced in 2010 as well. Okay, then they improved the DAX language in 2015, even though there are no Office 2015. That is 2013. But later in 2015, right, they improved and upgraded the version of DAX. They introduced much more functions. So it's just like Excel, where when you write formulas, you may or may not use functions provided. Some very well-known aggregate functions, such as sum, average, min, max, those are very, very common functions in Excel. Now, on top of that, you do have further types of functions, text manipulation functions, concatenate functions, logical functions, mathematical functions, or whatnot. Now, what DAX offers you, right, on top of whatever functionality that you understood in Excel, they have a wider range of series of functions that they cover in DAX. Now, one of the more prominent ones would be time intelligence. There are many types of functions which are not available in Excel. Let me quote you one. Okay. In Excel, you have a function called count. C-O-U-N-T, count, right? And you know what count does? It counts the number of items, okay? The number of values in a given range of cells, all right? But in Excel, you don't have a function called distinct count. In DAX, we do have a special type called distinct count. Distinct count is powerful because if you have a range of values, right? Let's say you've got 100 values, and when you do a count, the return is 100 because they counted 100 items, so they report 100. But distinct count, okay, may return only 70 because distinct count counts the unique values. Any duplicated values are counted only once, right? So that's the difference between count and distinct count. And there are, of course, many other functions which Power BI DAX, they have it, but not in the normal Excel. Okay. And of course, you have to also understand the notion of formulas created in DAX is different from Excel. Now, for those of you who are wondering, is my screen frozen? No. All right. My screen is not frozen. See, my mouse, I can still move it. Right. It's just that I'm not showing anything. I'm just talking. I'm doing a briefing right now. Okay. So what you need to understand is formulas in Excel work on a cellular level because Excel spreadsheet are based on cells. So you know that, for example, if you do a sum function, you need to say sum, let's say A1 to A10, right? The notation is A1, that's cell A1, colon A10. That means you are going to sum up the range from A1 until A10. So it works on cellular level. And when you hit the enter key, right, the result is produced also in a single cell. But DAX operates differently. In Power BI, there is no cellular notion. There's no concept of that. You know already in Power BI, the data model, right, is based on a real data source. They follow tabular semantic, which means every table is based on rows and columns. So if you produce, let's say, a column which is based on a formula, the formula that you write, when you hit the enter key, the values are calculated across the entire column. If you got 1,000 rows in your table, all right, then you produce a column, With the formula, they will immediately calculate 1,000 values. The whole column will be stretched out, populated with all the 1,000 values. If you have 1 million rows, the value will be 1 million values populated. Okay, so that's some background notion that you need to understand. And it's also here that I would need to address to you guys. Anyone who want to start in DAX, right? You know that there are three types of calculations that you can perform with DAX. Three major objects. Listen carefully, okay? Now, I know that I've got some empty space here. Okay, let me just drag this a bit here. I make use of the empty space here. Okay, I would like to just write out something here, okay? So, number one, okay, is what we call calculated columns. All right. Number two, you're going to have measures. And number three, you have calculated tables. So what I've written on the screen, right? I just type it out. These are the three major objects that you can make use of DAX formulas to create them. And these are the most important, the three most popular objects that people use DAX on. So I'm going to do one by one, okay? Beginning with calculated columns. Calculated columns means that's the usual thing that people will think of. Oh, I've got a table, all right? I want to create a new column. And when you create a new column, they're waiting for you to type a formula, your DAX formula. So after you finish typing the DAX formula, when you hit the enter key, if the formula is correct, it's valid, then the items, okay, the values, the result will be populated across, okay, the entire column. That's called a calculated column. The column results, the column store values that is the result of a DAX formula. Secondly, what are measures? Now, measures, right, it's slightly different from columns. At least, right, okay, what is similar is you still use DAX formula to calculate, but the result is not going to be populated in the table. Okay, in the table, you don't find a new column because that's a column. This is measure. Measure is an object given a name, usually holding the formula, whereby once you hit the enter key, you don't see results yet because it's not going to be calculated yet. As compared to columns, columns are pre-calculated. You see, if I were to do this correctly, okay, here, so columns are pre-calculated, right? Whereby measures, okay, measures here are post-calculated. What is pre, what is post, right? You know, pre is before, post is after, right? So I say pre-calculated as in when you create a column, you write the formula, the column is ready, it's blank, waiting for you to finish your formula. The moment you hit the enter key, all right, they immediately calculate, execute, and run the formula, okay? And all the results will be produced and stored in the column. You see immediately the answer already populated in the column. Okay, compared to measures, you write the formula, you hit the enter key, there's nothing, no answer. Don't search high and low for it. You won't see the answer as yet. The only way when they are going to be calculated, because post-calculated, they calculate later, not now. When you hit enter key, they merely store the definition of your formula. They just hold the definition. They don't execute the formula yet. So when you use the measure, drag and drop your measure, dump it onto your report page, then only they run the formula. And if the formula is correct, they produce a value, right? And display on your visual. Whether you use a card, you use a table, you use a chart, they will then produce the value. So when you learn about these two differences, right, that means calculated columns is an object that is attached to a table because the values are calculated immediately and the values are stored in the column. So when you save your PBIX file, the file size will grow. So the more columns you add to a table in your data model, whenever you save your PBIX file, the file size will grow because values are stored indefinitely part of the data model. As compared to measures, measures only remember your formula. Even after you use the measure on your report, they calculate, they show and display the result only. Nothing is stored. So no matter how many hundreds or thousands of measures you create on your Power BI file, the size will not grow as the same proportion like you add more columns to the file. Okay? So there are pros and cons between the two. But those of you who are not totally beginner in DAX, you could have already started your DAX journey in your work, okay, part of your work, and you could have also done a lot of Googling, okay, Googling and do your own research. I can bet my head on it that whatever questions you ask, you Google, you search for something, all the answers provided from Google, majority of the time you will see people recommend you to create measures. In fact, Microsoft says so. Remember, it's not Gerald who says so. I'm not plucking a reason or explanation from the sky, all right? Because Microsoft also recommended more usage of measures compared to columns. But it doesn't mean that use measures is correct, use columns are wrong. No, I did not say that. I'm saying it depends on situations, whether you need a column or not. You need a column whenever. Two scenarios. Number one, you create a column when you need every row in your the records, every row in the table to hold a value. Okay, and the value will be permanently stored there, so that in future you can use it further again in other calculations. Right? That's the reason why you want to store it there, because it's going to be the basis of one calculation. Later on, there are other measure calculations. They can use the column, right? So that's actually a column, because column number one, you need to understand, they use iterators. You will understand what are iterators soon. I will slowly explain that. Okay. There is one very familiar terminology that we use in DAX, which is the term called iterator. Iterator comes from the word iterate. To iterate means it's to loop, to repeat. Okay, that's called iterate. Iterate is to repeat. So, like for example, if I were to repeat my statement again, I usually would say, let me reiterate. Okay. So iterator means they are going to repeat the same calculation over and over again. Now, how many times over again? Depends on the number of rows. Okay. So like I said, you can imagine in your head, if I got a table, let me show you a table. Let's say, for example, I show you the sales table here. Okay. Let me erase all this. Let me click the sales table. Not here. I will go to data view. I will show the sales table. So this is my sales table. A lot of figures here, right? So scroll all the way to the right-hand side, the end. So many different pricing and numbers, So this is in fact a fact table. This is a real fact table with all the figures, the numbers here. So most of the time, right, all our calculations will be focused here. Now, at the top portion here, where you can see, this is the calculation group. You see, I can see measures, I can see column and table. Exactly the three objects that I've mentioned to you. All new here. Okay. And you guys might be asking, sorry, excuse me, what about the quick measure, the one with the thunderbolt, the lightning flash here? Well, they're still a measure. New measure, quick measure, well, it's still a measure. Quick measure is to allow you to quickly create a measure. That's why I call it quick measure. Quick measure, right, is not the brother of Quicksilver, right? But quick measure always means you can produce a measure without having to write your DAX manually. Select a template, they will generate the formula, but only a handful of popularly requested training calculation. But new measure is usually what we do. That is why the icon is the same with the calculator. All right. But you can, of course, look at a sample of a column. Let's start with talk about column. This is a column. This is also a column. right? Many columns. And you can see every row has a value. So if you can imagine, if you produce a new column, whatever formula you write on the formula bar, this red color here, this is a formula bar. We're waiting for it to be activated, right? Just like Excel, formula bar right at the top. There's a check, there's a cross. Cross is when you cancel, check if you want to submit. Very rarely people go and bother and click the cross or click the check because the check is the same as enter. The cross is the same as escape key. Escape is to, abort, terminate, undo, discard. The check here, which is enter key, to confirm, right? To submit. So that's the same design of the formula bar equal to Excel. So this formula bar, whatever you type in there, okay? Now, you will need to understand that the formula will be calculated across the board. Now, my sales table here, how many rows do I have? Right at the bottom here, they mention here, see? Right at the bottom here. 121,253 rows. So if I produce a column, whatever formula I enter, they will be calculated 121,253 times. They will produce 121,253 values populated and stored in the column. That is why your file size, logically speaking, will expand, will grow. Okay? Measures, on the other hand, don't do that. Measures, right, usually the answer, the result of a calculation is to produce a singleton value. When I mention a singleton, the word singleton is, is not the name of a whiskey or whatever it is, right? So, singleton, actually, sorry, let me not write here. Let me write at the top here, okay? The term singleton, which is the same spelling as the whiskey, but it actually means also another word called scalar. Scalar value, singleton values, similar meaning, okay? Maybe some of you guys have already seen scalar. Scalar means one value, okay? What do you mean by one value? I don't understand what is one value. Okay, let me give you an example, all right? Sum function. If you use the sum function, sum one column, the whole column 1,000 values. When you apply a sum, what do you get the answer? It's the grand total, right? So that grand total is a single number. I don't know how many digits there. I don't care, but it's a number, right? One single value. So that's a scalar value. You use average, you min, you max, you count, whatever. Any application of a DAX function most of the time will give you and produce a single value, a scalar value. So measure can hold one scalar value. All right. Whereas a column are expected to have to hold multiple values. So depending on what formula you write in the column, usually we write a formula that will produce multiple values. Those are called iterator. Even if you use a function, they are iterators. Now, let me begin this. All aggregate functions that you know of in your life, again, sum, average, min, max, count, all that, standard deviation, variance, median, all these functions, aggregate functions, they are all using iterators. They iterate. So iterator means they will iterate across all your rows. Your table 1,000 rows, very fast. Very fast. They will iterate and loop through 1,000. But compared to your table got 1,000,000 rows, well, performance slightly slower. 10,000,000 rows, again slower. So usage of iterators, right, somewhat it's going to be on the disadvantage side. Compared to the opposite, right, of iterator is using set logic. Set logic means the calculation happens faster because they take the whole set, a result set, right, and calculate upon the set. So a big batch of total number of rows, right, usually after we apply a filter. Let's say, for example, you filter the table with a condition. All right. The filter condition will be evaluated maybe in 1,000,000 rows the result of the filter are 50,000 rows only. 50,000 rows gets filtered, satisfy the condition of the filter out of total 1 million. 50,000 rows now considered a filtered set. It's the set of rows that was a result of the filtration. So, but that set of rows, 50,000 rows, right, can then be passed over to a function to perform your calculation. That calculation, you will see soon, there's one function, a super extreme, ultra powerful function in the whole universe of DAX, which we call it as calculate. The function is called calculate. I will introduce you soon. You will see that in action. Okay. Now I'm just doing my normal lecturing. I'm just bringing you to a journey, explaining to you all the way. So calculate function is the most used function across the board in DAX. Some people start asking me, huh? You mean what? The function is called calculate? So what is it calculate then? You say the function is called, like for example, the function called sum is to sum. Yes, I know it's to sum. But okay, like average is, yeah, I know, I expected it to average. But you say the function is called calculate. Calculate what? What is it going to calculate? All right. So when you talk about calculate, it is going to calculate any expression that you supply in. The calculate function, right, is so flexible, it's so diverse. It is used, right, to calculate whatever expression you want to calculate. But the most important thing, they apply a filter. Now, lastly, before we start doing some simple exercises, before we start that, I would like you guys to understand, okay, that in Excel, you have sum. You know what is sum? You also have a function called SUMIF. Now, those of you who are expecting to see SUMIF in DAX, I'm so sorry. I got to apologize on behalf of Microsoft. I shouldn't be apologizing in the first place. Microsoft should apologize to you. Okay, but anyway, there is no SUMIF. There is no SUMIF. A lot of you guys will say, oh, disappointed. SUMIF is good. I want to sum only when if this condition is met. You know SUMIF in Excel. Sum is to sum everything, doesn't matter. But SUMIF, you must meet a condition, the criteria, then only it will sum. So what about in DAX? How do we do SUMIF? The notion of SUMIF. We don't have a single function called SUMIF in DAX. Rather, we need to apply two functions. The sum function, and then within the sum function, maybe a filter function. So it's a combination of filter first, then sum. So sometimes writing DAX formula can be very long, very painful, because you need to embed multi-level functions within one gigantic formula. That's the only challenge. All right. Now remember, okay, there is always the famous quote, okay, by the DAX guru. I'm not so sure how many of you guys have actually known these two Italian guys, Marco Russo and Alberto Ferrari. They are known, they are well renowned, okay, as the DAX guru. They are experts in SQL, all right? So in fact, okay, they are my affiliate in Europe, okay, because when I started training in Europe, okay, I attended even one or twice conference in Barcelona where I met these two guys. So I've spoken to these guys, met them in person, and that was my very first time back in 2016 when I practically brought in their content and deliver my first DAX training in Malaysia. And not just in Malaysia, but in this part of Asia. Because these two guys never come to Asia. Right? He has training, they do training in Europe and in North America, but never come to Asia. So I came to a deal and a talk with these guys, and I used their content, okay, and brought the DAX training into Asia. Right? But after a while, right, they kind of like says, no, we are not going to allow you to use my content, okay, to do the DAX training. So I have to improvise. I've got to, come up with my own content, right? So DAX latest version, okay, is called DAX 2019. The last version that DAX the language was updated was 2019. But actually, 2021, they have also introduced a couple of improvements to some of the functions. I'll tell you later. All right. So a couple of improvements, but they never upgraded the version of the language. So the language version is still 2019. So that's the reason why I do have a course called Conquering DAX 2019, because to match the latest version of DAX. All right. Before 2019, it was DAX version 2015. Okay. So the language itself has a version number. So please take note, okay, that there will be, okay, a quote that you need to understand. It's easy to learn DAX, but it is hard to master it. This is the quote by these two guys, which I totally agree. It's so easy to learn it, okay, but if you want to master it, it takes years to master it. And it takes a lot of practice, a lot of writing of formulas. Okay. So I hope that you guys have all downloaded this Power BI file that you're looking at. So we shall start some simple stuffs. I just want you to observe the behavior. Again, those of you who already have some Power BI DAX knowledge, you already written some formulas, you'll find the first few exercises here are pretty boring. You will see that it's dry. You may want to sleep, right? So I have to say sorry to you. But like I said, I start from zero. I treat everybody here as a beginner. So let us go to do this. In the report view, right, I want us to prepare, even though you've got this logo here or whatever, it's okay. Let's add a new sheet, a new page. Let's add and rename the page to, let's say, M01. Let's treat this as module 1, okay, M01. And we're going to do something here on M01. The introduction, just leave it. There's nothing there. Okay. I'm going to put this logo to the center of the screen just as an introduction. Okay. All right. In M01, you created a page. All right. Now, let us talk about measures first. I want you guys to check out the simplest way to create. You can create formulas and measures, right? Here in the report view. Can you see measures are the only one available? No columns, no table. Columns and table must be switched to data view. In the data view, you can see columns and tables because you must be looking at your column, your table, your data, before you can create the column, before you can create the table. But in the report view, you can still produce measures. So let me stick at the report view here. I'm going to click new measure. Look at that. The formula bar will appear at the top. Out of nowhere, they will show you the formula bar. And you can see my measure has been created accidentally in the customer table. Look at that. So measures, when you create, right, they also will be placed in a table. But one more information that you need to understand. Measures do not, I repeat, measures do not belong to any table. They are not belonging to any one of the table in your model. In our current model, we got 7 tables. No matter where you create the measure, you see, I told you I accidentally created in the customer table. Actually, it's okay. No problem. Because the measure that I created here, right? Later on from the sales table, I want to use the measure. I want to refer to the measure. No problem. Measures are global. Okay? Global means, right, from any table, you can always reference the measure. But a column is a different story. A column must belong to a table. Remember, you create a column, it gets attached, it gets smacked right to the right-hand side of a table. It belongs to a table. So the notation of a column is different. So allow me to scribble something on a page here again. Okay. So a measure, let's say the measure name is called my measure. So the notation always will begin with square bracket, okay, my measure, and close square bracket. This is the notation, the syntax of how you refer to the measure. The measure, right, is only the measure name. But if you got a my column name, okay, the syntax is different. Let's say the column is part of the table called your table. So you need the name your table, the table name, followed by then the square bracket, my column. This is a syntax. You must mention the table name first, followed by the square bracket, the column name. But measures, you don't need to mention any table name because measure don't necessarily and don't need to belong to any table. It can be referenced anywhere. Okay. So, okay, there's a question here. I can't click the new measure. Seems like I have to add data first into the Power BI. If I go back to my report view here, all right? So when I click new measure, you see, when I click new measure, the formula bar will open up here, all right? Okay, so let's take a look at this measure here. Now, one thing for sure, again, the measure is produced in my customer table. Now, even though you can put all the the measure in any table, but for organization purposes, okay, it's going to be really, really hassle to look for the measure if you do not know where they are because you scatter it across different table. You accidentally create 2 or 3 measures in customer table. Later on, without realizing, you created 5 more measures, but in the date table. And you create some other measures in the sales table. They are scattered everywhere in different tables. That's not a good practice, guys. I'm talking about organizing it. So usually we try to create measures, right? Group them all up in one super table, one table, so that you can easily look for it. So I usually create all my measures in the sales table. Let me cancel this. I will go and select my sales table. Make sure you select it here first. You can see in the sales table, right? What comes with it? There are already a few measures, 4 of them. I can see one cost measure, profit, revenue, and revenue year-over-year percentage, YOY. How I know their measures, you look at the icon. The icon is a calculator. That indicates it's a measure. Okay? So, but anyway, let's ignore them for now. I want to produce a measure. Okay, so in the sales table here, I click new measure. So you can see there, they appear, pop up, a new one. Still called measure. Why? The formula bar is here. Now, the font is really small. Okay, it's really for Ant-Man to read it. But like I said, luckily, Power BI Desktop has a function to increase the font size. Listen carefully, those of you who don't know. You hold on to the control key, your mouse pointing at the formula bar, anywhere in the formula bar, holding on to the control key, you wheel up. Look at that. This is the largest. The blind also can see this, right? Then you wheel down to zoom out. Wheel up, wheel down, wheel up, wheel down, wheel up, wheel down. Holding on to control key. That's the feature of increasing the font size, right? So on a separate note, those of you who did Power Query, inside Power Query Editor, the M language, no, sorry, the formula bar in your Power Query Editor does not have this feature. I just don't know why Microsoft never standardized this feature, but I like this feature, especially for an old man like me. My eyesight is not really good. I usually to increase the font size to read carefully. And since I'm presenting to you guys in Teams, I'm sure you would appreciate it if I increase the font size so you can see better. Okay, so now the measure, okay, the measure here. So I will call it, let's say, hello DAX. The measure name can have a space or no space, up to you. Now I don't put a space. Equal to, now then the formula. Just a simple one. I can say hello equals to hello DAX. Double quote means it's a string. I can do that. So when I press enter, so now I've got a measure called hello DAX, and which is equal to just a string value, hello DAX. You see? It's not shown anywhere. But if you want to see it, you will drag and drop hello DAX. And you can see they are shown using a chart. Of course, I cannot show a string with a chart. I show with a card. There you go. The value is hello DAX. The measure name is called hello DAX. Look at that. But the string value will have a space. So they're showing the value. Simple as that. Okay. So that's literally the beginning part. Now, well, you guys might be disappointed. What is this Gerald doing? Huh? You're showing me DAX are just equal to a string. Come on, you can do better than that. Well, if you're thinking that way, well, I have to say sorry first. Of course, I can do better than this. I'm just showing you right from really scratch, totally for people who are so afraid of DAX. All this while, don't dare to do DAX. Give me some time slowly, right? So this is only one. But let's do something better. Okay, slowly, yeah? Let me just remove this hello DAX here. Delete. This hello DAX measure, let's change something here. Let's learn about variables. One of the essence of doing DAX formula construction, writing formula index. You will see some formulas are so short, one liner, okay, one liner as in very short line, and all the way the DAX formula can be super complicated. When I say super complicated, it means really complex. It can be multiple lines. And that's the reason why some of you guys might be asking, I've always wondered, there's a one in front here. What does this one means? One means it's a line number, which means you can shift enter, shift enter, shift enter. Can you see? It's a line number. For those of you who are wondering, oh, now I know. I've been always wondering, what is one doing there? Because you guys don't know that you can enter to, carriage return line feed, go to the next line. Because you always press enter and it doesn't go to the next line unless you write all the way to the end, they word wrap to the next line. If you don't want to wait for word wrap, you can press shift enter. Shift enter performs carriage return line feed. Okay, so that is my explanation about what is that number one doing there, because there will be two, there'll be three, four, five. Now, because a DAX formula can be super long in the terms of multiple lines, sometimes I've got participants who ask me before, hey, Gerald, can I really write everything into one long line? And as I write, until the end, they auto word wrap to the next line, continue. I say, well, yes, it's just like Excel. You can embed everything into one long line. Now, you see, I've actually been shown with a lot of Excel files last time, okay, whereby I hated looking at a formula. You've got if, embed with an if, embed with if. So many if. I've got like 10, 20 ifs inside an outer if. I'm sure you can imagine what I'm saying. And you know what? All this if is in one super long line inside the formula. And you know what? Number one challenge, right, is readability. It is so hard to read, for God's sake. Embed everything one super long line inside got so many if, and so many open bracket. I also hardly can see how many times you close the bracket. Very hard to trace. And that's number one. Number two, I also kind of I dislike people who write formulas without proper spacing. They crumple and they squeeze everything into one super long line without spaces some more. When I say spaces means they don't even do something like, for example, 1 plus 1. They do this. Everything, then multiply, 12, divide, 34, multiply again, 1. It's so hard to read. Okay. Is it going to be that difficult for you to do this? Is it easier to read where you know the operators and you separate the operators from the operands? So at least the mathematical operators is here and you got spaces in between. I can differentiate. It's so much easier, so much cleaner, right, to read this. Okay, the operands together with the operators, right? So I'm not saying that this is wrong, it works, okay? It will work as well, even though you don't have a space in between, no problem. It will still work. It's just that, readability wise, I'm sure if you show this to one of your colleague or whoever, the first thing you get is, a frown first before, people look at the formula. Okay. So good practice. Yeah. Make it readable. So in terms of readability, now I'm going to show you something here. I want to change the name of this measure to hello var. From here, I'm going to introduce, I'm sure I'm going to talk about variables. In DAX formula, is just like a programming language. You need to understand the usage of variables. Not so sure about the standard Excel formulas, but in DAX, this is an integral part of formula writing in DAX. var. Now, let me show you what you can do with var. Now, of course, okay, I can type like this, var. You see, look at the color. It is a keyword. X equals to, let's say, 5. I declare a variable. That means I declared a variable, x equals to 5. And I can var again, y equals to 6. Okay? Then I return x multiplied by y. Look at that. When I type x, the suggestion, the IntelliSense will show me this icon. This proves that it's a variable. It is recognized. Your variable name x is recognized here. X. Then multiplied by y. Similarly, y is also recognized. So that means your variable is correct. You see? And this is something that I hated, okay, to read. Okay. So what do you mean by this? Usually I write like this. Shift enter. Shift enter here. Shift enter. This is much more readable to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm technical. I'm a developer by nature. I'm a programmer by nature. I train programming languages. I love to see multiple lines and blocked. Of course, you can start from the side. Okay. I usually choose to indent it. Indent. Again, for readability purposes. Remember, all these things I'm showing you, right? It's only for readability. Whether you agree with me or not, you would not want to accept this. You still prefer to write everything in one line. It's up to you, guys. It's up to you. It will still work. Technically speaking, it works whichever way you like. For me, I like this way. Okay? You see, presentation-wise, also you can read carefully. I declare var x takes the figure 5, var y takes the figure 6. After one or more vars, you can declare as many vars as possible. Then you must do a return. What you like to calculate is return statement. Return means what I intend to output. Return to you, return to the output. I take x multiplied by y. So when I press enter here, it's now confirmed. Again, there's no answer. When I drag hello var here, you can see it's a chart, but I changed to a card 30. That's correct. You see? 5 times 6, 30. Okay. And if I change the variable from, let's say, x, 5 to 50, enter, and it becomes 300. 6 to 66, enter, becomes 3,300. Look at that. Okay. So it's a simple notation. Okay. Just need to understand, okay, that the formula, okay, can be in this manner. But what if I go and rewrite them into the one very long line? Okay. Make sure you have a space. You don't do it this way, okay? Make sure you have a space. Okay, what about this? Will it still work? Enter. Of course it still works. See, the answer is still here. Okay. So 12, 34, and multiply. Enter. Still works. 408. So one long line, no problem. Multiple lines, still okay. All right. Now, any questions so far? Whatever I've shown, I know it has been so simple, but whatever I've also mentioned in my briefing, a little bit on the lecture just now, is it okay? Can I ignore one line? What do you mean by ignore one line? You are talking about a remark, correct? So you're talking about comments, commenting that. So, okay, now commenting index formula, of course you can do that. All right, no problem. Now, the DAX variables and comments, right? Okay, it's actually one of the integral part, okay, of DAX as well. So it's just like any programming, all right? To do a commenting, right? Okay, you can somehow rather do something as in you use a hang on. You can actually go and highlight. Okay, let me just check out something. There is actually a simpler way. I cannot remember, but usually the simple way to comment is to slash. Okay, slashes. Hang on. Let's say if I put it into multiple lines again. There's actually a much better way to do that. I cannot remember the key, but for example, if I want to ignore double slash, okay, commenting. So this is exact because DAX here, okay, you use something like this is exactly something like a C language, C sharp, right? Double slash. Okay. Okay, so you are most welcome, right? So double slash is the way to comment. And those of you who don't know what is this, you see, the moment I put a double slash, right, it turns green. This means this line will be ignored. It's considered a remark. So I can put here also, okay? This is a remark or comment line. See, I can type anything there. It doesn't make sense also, but as long as the green is in the same line, so it's considered a remark. Okay. So sometimes it's good also, okay, that you put in some comments in there to help you understand, or maybe for documentation purposes. Okay, so yeah, that's a very good one. Okay, so hash is also in Ruby. Hash is also okay, a very prominent way of doing remarking. But in DAX, it will be 2/. Okay, great. That's a good question there. Let me just erase this. Now, since you already know vars and this and that, right? I want to give you guys a practice. Okay, I want to give you guys a practice. Shall we go and look at this particular existing measure? Let me just ignore this, delete this one off. I want you guys to go, maybe go into the sales table. Let me delete this hello var. I don't need this hello var anymore. Delete. Delete from model. Yes. Can you open up the revenue YOY percentage? Look at this. This is what I mean. Okay. Now, even if I were to shrink down the size of my font, you can see it is written in one super long line and they automatically word wrap down to here. They continued also to the next line. And you can see next line, they don't have a number. So which means there's no numbering for any lines that was continued from the first line. The second line, no number, you can see that. There's no number 2. You only get line number 2 if you press Shift Enter yourself. Any line that was continued from the previous line, they are smart enough not to generate a new number. Okay? Now, your mission, using your understanding of var, I want you to do this refactoring of code here. I want you guys to not rewrite this. The formula is correct, you know. I want you to understand, based on your understanding of the usage of var and return, how are you going to rewrite this to make it easier to read? Okay, look at that. They're using divide function. In DAX, there's a divide function, yeah? Again, does not exist in Excel. Excel don't have a divide function, right? So divide revenue. Revenue is already, another measure. Minus, you calculate. You see, their first hand look at calculate function. They calculate again the revenue, same period last year, using the date, then calculate revenue, same period last year, date. Wow, it is repeated. Okay, I'm going to explain to you this after this, right? But can you think of how do you calculate this? Okay, there's another question. Can DAX calculate integer with whole number? Integer is whole number. Whole number is integer. Decimal is the one that is not whole number, right? Different format of number, integer versus decimal. Okay. Now, the format of numbers, right, it's rather handled on the toolbar. You can see, depending on the type of your data, you can choose a format here. As long as it's a number, right, or it's a decimal, depending on your data type. A particular column, let's say, for example, this column, order quantity, I select a column. You see, data type is whole number. So the format, it can be whole number, it can be whatever, you see? So, sorry. If you change the data type to something else, then there will be a different format. For example, date and time will be a different format. But of course, there is actually a format function in DAX. But the problem is the format function is only to format text. Okay? But you can use the format function also to format numbers. Yes, you can. Right? The format function, format a column name or a measure name. then comma, you type your format. For example, if it's a number, I can format it, right, to display in currency. Right? Let's see whether I can show the example. While you guys are still doing that, I purposely create a new measure. Ah, gosh. Why is it that the customer is always selected? Sales is selected. A new measure in sales. Let's call it testing. Okay. Format function. You can see you can format a number to a specific value. So it says, if I say, let's say format 10, comma, to a format. So the format I can put in, let's say, dollar hash, comma, hash, 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 like this. Okay. So when I run this and I drag the testing and I put it into this, you can see that. All right. So the measure is to format the value of 10 using this format. So it's showing dollar sign. All right. And if I want to format 1000, and now it shows 1000 with a 1000 separator. Okay. So you can, if you are talking about using DAX to perform changing the format of a number, that's how you do it. Okay. But if you're talking about modeling wise, data modeling on the table, the column, then you can use the toolbar to change the data type and change the format explicitly. So either use mouse, click on the top format, this part, or in your formula, you use format function. All right. So now, how did it go? Do you guys know how to rewrite or refactor the function? I mean, refactor the calculation. So let me show you what I can do with this. Okay. First of all, we need to find out what is revenue. So when I click the revenue, oh, revenue is just the sales amount column. If I go into my data view, in my sales table, this is the column sales amount. The whole column, 100,000, 100 plus thousand. To be exact, is 121,253 values. Okay. So when you create a measure, just now you saw, the revenue measure is just to sum up the whole column. So what's the answer? I drag and drop revenue, change it to a card. So I know it's 109.81, okay, 81 million. So that's the answer of summing up the whole sales amount column. That's the revenue measure, okay? Now, in my revenue YOY, what is it trying to do? They take the revenue, right? They need to minus the revenue again, but they use calculate function to calculate the revenue again using a filter. Same period last year is a function that is super powerful. It's a time intelligence function that allows you to calculate the revenue with the same period last year based on the date table. There is a date table and the date column. So based on the model that you understand here, I did not ask you guys to go to the model view. This is the model view. Look at the model view. So the data model is already built with all the necessary relationships. We are here not to learn how to build relationships here, but of course, part and parcel of DAX. Now, I have received lots of requests also, right? In Gemrain, right, okay, we do have lots of clients who say, I want to learn DAX together with data modeling. In fact, we do have one course which I created by teaching you DAX first, then subject also to the next level, which is data modeling. You need to be well versed with DAX in order for you to learn and pick up effective data modeling techniques in Power BI. So one of the major challenges of DAX is also not just to calculate, but also to perform effective data modeling. Data modeling is about reshaping of tables, right? Rearranging them, cutting off tables that you don't need. What is the proper way of doing relationship, all that. Okay, so based on the relationship, right, we know that there is a relationship between the sales and the date, right? Now, this is whereby the revenue year over year, because they want to calculate year over year. So, and then they want it to be percentage. You see, there's a percentage. To get percentage, you must divide. All right. So the revenue minus same period last year revenue. So for example, if January 2022, same period last year will be January 2021. Because the function name is called last year. There's no 2 years ago. It's only 1 year back. So that's a function name. It's popular. You compare current year value with last year's value. If current period is March 2022, or let's say right now it's June 2022, when you say same period last year will be June 2021. All right. So this is actually what they want to calculate. This is the denominator. Take current revenue, when you just say revenue is current year, minus the revenue last year, and you use this to divide with, again, calculate last year revenue. To calculate year over year percentage, right, is to check out the difference between current year minus last year's value. You divide by last year's value. That is the percentage of growth, year over year growth. They should call this as year over year growth in percentage. You want to show the percentage whether it's a positive percentage or a negative percentage. Positive percentage means compared to last year, there is certain amount of growth. If you get the value that is negative, means previous year is higher than current year. You are making losses compared to last year. You are not growing, you are shrinking. That's what we're supposed to get here. Okay? So now the essence, right, is not to understand what it does here, but what will it look like. So now, in order for me to project this, let me show you. I'm going to use a matrix. I click a matrix, put it somewhere here. Because it's year over year, right? I would like to use the date table, right? I'm going to drag the fiscal into the rows. So I do have this. Let me increase the font size, okay, to 16 points. Now we can see that. So let me focus, okay, let's say year FY 2019. I've got all the quarters. So maybe, you know what? I don't want the quarters. I throw away the quarter. I throw away the date. I only want year and month. So when I expand 2018, I've got the months immediately. This is FY, okay? Financial year. So the FY 2019 starts in 2018 July. And of course, they're using Microsoft, okay? It happens that Gemin Consulting, we are following Microsoft as well. So this is the last month of FY 2022. All right. Next month, July, we shall start FY 2023. Both Microsoft and Gemrain, they're the same. All right. So they are using that same financial year. Now, then I drag revenue. First of all, I drag the revenue first over. So this is the revenue broken down by months. And if I drag revenue YOY here, all right, so you can see, of course, the revenue YOY, they're showing in decimal because I did not format as percentage. So the revenue YOY, can you see I have to click percent button, format as percentage. There you go. So now you can see for FY 2018, they are all blank because there is no FY 2017. So YOY cannot be shown because there's no previous year. But in FY 2019, they compare with FY 2018. So that's why they will be able to show you the percentage. So these are positive growth. In fact, there is 100% growth compared to last year. Now look at this. The month of November 2018 compared to previous year. So there is a negative growth, you see? Some of them are negative. This is actually the answer here. Now I'm showing you this answer. Let me hide FY 2018. Let me hide it. I need to go to filter. Hang on. Expand filter. For this, I want to, the year, I will filter off 2018. I don't want to show 2018. I would like to show 2019 only. Let me just show this figure, just to make sure that you guys can see it is correct. I'm not lying to you. Why? Because I want to refactor the revenue YOY. Look at this. When I reshape this, I need to make sure that the numbers remain the same. The numbers will not go different, okay? So how should I refactor this? First of all, you check this out. Let me shift enter first so you can see better. Look at this. First, the divide function. Look at the divide function. The divide function, right, expects which one is the numerator divide by the denominator. Some of you guys who are totally new to DAX, right, you might be wondering, what is the divide function for? Why Microsoft need to create a divide function if we can just use a slash? So the answer is, look at the description. It's called a safe divide. We use the divide function, right? Because the divide function can avoid divide by zero errors. If you use a normal slash operator to divide, if your denominator is zero, you get an error, right? Divide by zero error. I always hated errors just because it's divide by zero. So using divide function, if they return there is a divide by zero error, you can say still show me zero. Don't show me error. Whether numerator is zero or denominator is zero, I still want you to show me zero. Please ignore errors. Right? Don't everything show me error. A little bit of error, you show me error. It is annoying, you know. So that is why Microsoft came out with divide. So divide. Now, what are we dividing? You know the numerator needs to take current year revenue minus last year's revenue. Last year revenue represented by calculate like this. And then the denominator after comma is the denominator. Since the denominator is using the same thing, don't you realize this is the same as this? So since the last year's revenue is still being used multiple times, this is where, guys, I can refactor it. I declare a var. I call it last year. Uh, no, I call it PY revenue or revenue PY. Ah, come on. It's a variable name. I call it revenue PY, revenue previous year. PY, previous year, which is equal to, look at this. I'm going to cut this off. Okay. Cut this off. Sorry. Here. Control X cut. Paste it here. Represent the same thing one time only in revenue. You get that? Okay. Then after that, I return whatever I return the divide. Now I can divide what? I divide the revenue first minus the variable name. I need to minus revenue PY. Look at that. Okay. Then I divide with, again, I don't need this anymore. See that? I don't need this anymore. Again, revenue PY. Do you see so simplified now? This is the way to be, guys. Because you are rewriting the same line, the same formula multiple times. I know I need to take current year minus the previous year revenue, but the denominator again is the previous year revenue. So why do you need to type so long here, multiple times here and here, when I can type one time represented by a variable name here, sorry, this one, then reuse it here and here, making it so concise, much more simplified. Don't you guys agree? And remember, when I press enter key, I need to make sure nothing will change here. The answer will not change, right? I just refactor the code. I press enter and voila, nothing changes. Okay. It is okay. It works. Everything works. Still okay. Right? So this is actually the way on how we need to refactor. And you know what? Performance may also seem to be better. So sometimes no point writing again and again the same thing, making your code look so messy, look so crowded. But this is the better way. So start understanding the usage of variable. Variable is good if you are going to reuse again the same thing in the whatever you're calculating. What I want to return is to return the division. But before I return the divide, I prepare a variable that encapsulates this. I package this into one variable that I use the package here and here. Understand? Simple as that. Okay, so that's your first exercise. Okay. Okay, sorry, how to get the fiscal shown in rows instead of columns and revenue YY in values. Okay, very simple. This is a matrix, first of all. If you realize, okay, you see, this is highlighted. It's a matrix. Okay, this is a matrix. So then you can see that there's rows and columns and values. So where I drag and drop, look at that. Okay. This is the essence of Power BI. Okay. And how to show percentage, correct percentage. So the percentage, right, okay, is, of course, you're going to format the measure. Select the measure. Can you see this percentage? All right. So let me illustrate this. Click here, right? And then click this guy. Sorry, not this one. And click this. Okay, got it? So click the percent, you format the numbers as percentage because the division, right? The answer is always in decimal. Okay, so decimal can be formatted as percentage. All right, cool. Remember, if you click, mine is a matrix, yeah? A lot of people always mistaken matrix with a table. Table only got column, there is no row. So matrix is columns and rows. Okay, matrix is, of course, it's another word, it's a pivot table. All right, if you know about it, okay, it's pivot table. Okay, so this is just talking about the measure, refactoring it. Okay, no problem. All right, now that's all for this M01. Okay, here it's under M01. Now, our next exercise, right, is going to focus back to columns and tables. Now, this is where I need to cover a little bit about data modeling. All right. So before we start, okay, now you're going to learn how to create calculated columns and also learning a little bit about calculated tables. Okay, we're going to start with that. All right. So now, let's proceed to our next topic. Like I've mentioned, we are going to learn slightly about data modeling. Now, I've mentioned earlier that we get a lot of requests also. They are not just people who requested to learn DAX from us just solely for the purpose of calculation. There are people who wanted to master the art of data modeling. Now, I call it the art. Now, why is it called an art? Even though it's a technical skill, but it will take more than being skillful, understanding the knowledge and the experience, So it is an art of how you can assemble the tables, the do's and don'ts, the best practices to get a perfect data model so that your report can be flawless. Because if your data modeling is weak, right, it can affect the performance of calculation, and every report that your audience opens will be slow. Right, so the art of data modeling, right, is essential, and DAX is actually will be leveraged in one of these skills. Okay, so like I said, that I do have a course which is talking about uh, data modeling on Power BI with DAX. That means your prerequisite is that you must be skillful in DAX, your knowledge must be good in DAX, then only you can step into the world of data modeling. So let me give you a slight taste of data modeling. What I mean by that. Now, I want you guys to now go to the model view. This is the model view. Now, I told you earlier that the model view is already good. Every relationship of the tables are already done. Let me move these things around. Let me give you some space. All right. Okay. You can see that. Everything is perfectly, connected. But I want you guys to have very close attention, pay close attention to the date table with the sales table. Because this is the only table, right, that holds three separate relationships to the same sales table. Now, those of you who have experience in Power BI relationship, right, you know very well already, out of so many relationships that is possible to build between two tables, there can only be one active relationship. Let me zoom in and you can see out of the three lines, there is only one solid line. The other two lines are dotted lines. The dotted line means they are inactive. The relationship is established, but they are not active. Not active means they are not useful. Now, let me explain to you the scenario here. In the sales table, right, there are 3 dates. Okay. Number one, order date. So they maintain an order date key to join with the date table to obtain what is the date when they order. Then, of course, there is another date called due date, also maintaining a key to relate it here. So you can see here, this relationship is due date key with the date key. This one is order date key with the date key. And the last one is the ship date. If I scroll down, you can see ship date key. So there are 3 dates. Now, why is my sales table maintaining 3 dates? Obviously speaking, in business, AdventureWorks business, when a customer buys something, orders something, the date of order, well, that's order date. And on the date of order, right, the customer can specify when is the date that they would like the product to be shipped to them. That's called the due date. Okay, so on the date of order, they also specify their due date. Now, when you deliver the product to the customer, that's the shipping date. So if your shipping date is greater than the due date, you are late in delivery. If your shipping date is equal to or lesser than the due date, you are either on time or you are early. That's just the logic behind this. Since there are 3 dates being tracked on my data model, now the one that is solid line you can see now, that means every time when I do reporting, if I drag and drop any figures from a sales, and if I try to slice the data by the dates, they are shown with the order date. That means, let me show you example just now here. Remember our matrix here? I slice by date, you see? It's year and month. So these figure for revenue, right? This figure is actually by the order date. By the month of July, right? 2.9 million. July 2018, 2.9 million. This figure is shown based on the date of order. Okay? If you want to actually switch the slicing, report the figure by the delivery date, the ship date, the figure can be different. Okay? The figure can be slightly different. So depending on what you want or how you want to report it, some people regard the sale is made the moment the customer made an order. Okay, that's a transaction made. Some companies will say, no, I don't agree. Even though the customer order, right? But as long as I haven't shipped yet, right? It's not considered a done deal. After I ship, I complete the whole process. That's a done deal. So I want to report my revenue only using my ship date. Can you guys digest that? I don't know which organization, which scenario you fall into, but like I said, a customer who made an order can cancel the order. So can you regard the order date as a done deal? You may not regard that, you see? So once the product has been shipped, then the whole process is complete. That's considered a done deal. Some company says no, as long as I receive payment already, it's done deal. So depending on how you want to look at it. Okay, so I'm just hoping that you understand what I mean here. So can you imagine, right? Due date, set the due date aside. I only want to look at the 2 dates, ship date and order date. What if sometimes you want to report by order date? There are times you want to report by ship date. This cannot happen, guys. It won't happen. You know why? Whatever date you slice, according to my model, I already know they are using order date. Confirm. Look at that. These two relationship lines, even though they are there, but they are invisible. They are inactive. Okay? So how do you model this in real world? How do you make both to be available at the same time? There is only one way to go about it. Listen carefully. Maybe some of you guys already know the answer. It's to duplicate another table. Duplicate the date table over. So I'll call it date 2. Excuse me for my scribbling. Okay, date 2. Then you will delete all the relationships here. One table, one line. Then another table here, connect. But this table maintain only relationship to the ship date. This one maintain it order date. You get what I mean? You can duplicate the same date table. If you want to get due date, you will have 3 date tables, 3 separate date tables. Each table, 1 line, active relationship. That's the way to go about it. Some people might be asking me, you regard this as a good practice? You are increasing the number of tables, making it even more crowded. I don't agree with you. This is a good data modeling practice. Okay? They think that they will affect performance because you're duplicating the table. Well, let me tell you, let me explain to you. When we duplicate the table, it doesn't mean that it's a separate physical copy of the table. For example, the date table, let's say we store 7 years worth of dates. Okay? 7-year dates. Now, 7-year worth of dates would be 2,556 rows. 1 year, 365 days, right? 7 years is 2,556, 2,556. You might be thinking, wow, Gerald, you can do, so fast calculation. No, it's because I've trained so much. I can memorize all these figures. 7 years is 2,556. Okay? So now, one table, 2,556 rows. If I duplicate 2 more times, right, that means I'll have another separate copy, 2,556 rows. Another table means another 2,556 rows. You are not duplicating the table physically. When you replicate the table, you are referencing only. You don't copy the rows and paste them separately. No. That is the reason why performance can still be retained. When you duplicate the table, it's only a virtual table reference for the sake of relationship. But the rows are still being referenced to the physical table. You get what I mean? Okay. So never think that the entire table are copied over. It's not a physical copy. It's what we call a shadow copy. A shadow copy means it's a virtual copy, only referencing the schema of the table, but not the actual rows. Okay, so performance will never be impacted in this case. So this is our activity for now. What I want you guys to do now, follow me. We will need to delete all the inactive relationships. Please, right-click the dotted line, delete. Yes. Right-click another dotted line, delete. Yes. Leaving only one solid line. That's what I wanted. I move this a bit, and I prepare a place for me to place my new table after this. So now I want the order date, okay? And I am going to create a new date table, all right? So I want to call this as a ship date. So now let's produce a table. Now remember, the new table that I want to create, right? It cannot be called date again because the table is called date already. So, and also I cannot call it date 2. So got date 1 and then date 2 for what? Meaningless. So why not, guys? Okay, this date table, let us rename the date table. Okay, the date table existingly, right click the date table. Can we rename it? I call it order date. Just call it order date with a space. Order space date. So I know, even though it's a date table, right? Okay, but it is now called order date. So I know this table stores dates related to order dates, which means I can now create another table called ship date, which makes perfect sense in terms of documentation as well. All right. So now, how do we do it, guys? Are you ready? We go back to your data view. You must look at data view. Only in data view, you can build a new table. Let me collapse everything. You select order date. You're looking at order date. Look at this. The order date has date, fiscal year, all that. Okay. And this one, in fact, we don't have the full 2,556. This is not 7 years. It's only 1,461 rows. Okay. This is only like 2017, sorry, I think it's only 2019, 2020, and 2021, 3 years. Okay, all the way until 2020, 2020 itself. Okay, so 2019, 20, and 21. Is it? Right? 1,461 rows. You do the math. Okay. Now, whatever it is, I want to create a new table now. Can you see the button new table? Click new table. And they are also expecting us to put in a formula. The new table already existing here. Look at that. A calculated table, the icon, they are represented by a small calculator on the bottom right-hand corner of a grid. The icon is different. Okay, the icon will be separate. So you can tell this is a calculated table and not a physical table. These are physical table. Physical table coming from a source. Okay, this is a table, okay, that is calculated. So what's the table name? Let us give it a name. Ship date. Ship date. All right. Now, what equals to the type or just type ord. Can you see that? Order date. Enter. That's all. That's all to it. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry can also, okay, see that this is so easy to understand. My ship date, my new table name called ship date is equal to the entire order date. That's it. It's equal to. So this is not creating a physical copy. It's creating a shadow copy from the order date. When you press enter, look at what happens. I press enter and the exact similar view of the order date comes by. Okay. But remember, ship date will not carry the same 1,461 rows. The 1,461 rows still is fetched from order date. Okay, ship date is a mere shadow copy. So once you have done that, let's switch back to model view. Can you see my ship date floating around here? Same thing here. Okay. Now, one thing that you need to realize something that is different. When you create a shadow copy, okay, like this, can you see that the orientation of the columns is different? The ship date here, right, is a table that does not also carry the hierarchy. I've got a fiscal hierarchy built on my order date, but the new date table, right, ship date, does not have equivalent hierarchy. It doesn't have the necessary, okay, full date or the date column. They don't have the necessary properties carried forward. So for example, let me expand my properties. My order date here, okay, my order date table. In my order date table, when I select full date, there's a full date column. Here, I do find a full date column as well. The full date column, right, if you expand advanced, you can see, right, sort by column, full date, it's actually by default. It's there, right? And also one more thing, date column. The date column is here, right? That's the actual date column. And sort by column is date by default. No problem. Now, the thing is that when I've got date and full date, they've got this icon here. This icon that looks like a business card icon. This represents that that's the column they use, right, to mark it as a date table, right? But right now here, we don't have that. But it's good, okay? We can survive still with this. So let's slowly do this. But for now, once I got the ship date table, let's not worry about the hierarchy as well. Now I can drag the ship date column, the ship date key column, drag it over to date key and release to create the relationship. There you go. So now properly, I've got one active relationship between ship date key and date key, as well as this one is order date key with date key. So now both the two relationships are active. This is one improvement we can make. Okay. So we have built a relationship, okay, between the ship date and the date table. Okay. Any questions so far? So since you know already that my ship date does not look like the order date, especially my fiscal hierarchy, I want to build the same hierarchy on my ship date. Now, this hierarchy on order date is called fiscal. Later on, this one is also called fiscal. You know what I want to do? I want to come up with a new hierarchy name for order date. Go to the order date table, the hierarchy name called fiscal. In the properties, I want you to change the name to order hierarchy. Okay. So let's call it order hierarchy, order fiscal. Call it order fiscal. All right. So later on, I can create a new hierarchy called ship fiscal. All right. The next thing that you need to know also is to rename the columns here, because ship date has fiscal year. Order date also has fiscal year. All the columns are the same name. We can start renaming it. Okay. So maybe the order date I maintain. Okay. Because we don't have enough time to do that. But in real world, you can rename all. So now, since ship date is a new table, I want to split. I want to differentiate. So fiscal year column, rename it to ship fiscal year. Add the word ship in front. Ship fiscal year. Right? Then slowly, one by one, even date column also rename it ship date. Fiscal quarter, add the word ship in front. Ship fiscal quarter. Just now, date also add the word ship in front. Ship date. Month, ship month. Okay, ship month. Full date column, ship full date. Okay. So look at this. This is the final one. Ship date, ship fiscal quarter, ship fiscal year, ship full date, ship month. Let me do a screenshot of this. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Just to share to you guys what I've done. Just to show you, these are all the columns that I've renamed. All right. So I've renamed all that. Now I want you to sort the ship full date by the ship date column. Because the ship full date right now, if you go over to a data view, in your ship date, right, look at the ship full date. The full date is textual. It's being text. The ship full date, right, we use comma, DD. Look at that. But it's text. You see, it's left aligned, so they are text. So if you want to perform a good sorting, if you show this, right, it's not going to be sorted in the actual way. So I want you to sort this by the ship date column. So click ship full date here. Sort by column, ship date. Follow ship date. You don't sort by yourself. So which means that you can also do that in the model view. In the model view, you select ship full date. In the ship full date here at the bottom, advanced, expand advanced, you can see sort by column. This one. Make sure it's sort by column, ship date. Select ship full date. Right? Expand advanced. And then under sort by column, you select ship date. So the sorting of the full date will follow the actual date column sorting. You don't sort by the text themselves. Okay, because if you sort by the text, right, you will see they will sort by April first, then August, December, February, because it's sorted by alphabetical order. It's text. Now, once we have sorted that, okay, by the ship date, next, I want you to sort the ship month column. Remember, one more thing, ship month, again, their text, look at that. Similar. If you sort by themselves, right, when you drag and drop the column and use it in your report, your sorting will be by alphabetical order, April, August, December, February. So again, I want you to sort by the month key column. There's a reason why they've got a month key, not monkey, okay? It's month key. The key column is a number. You follow their numbering system. Sort by the month, the number order, not the alphabet order, right? So again, in the model view, select the ship month column, ship month. At the bottom, expand advanced. There. Sort by column by default is by themselves, ship month. Now I change it to month key. Follow month key. Once you have sorted by the month key, you also realize that on the order date, the month key is hidden. Can you see? They cross the I. I want you to hide the month key also. Click the I and hide it. You can see when you hover your mouse, you can click the I icon. Those of you who are using an older version of Power BI desktop, you may not get the I here. You have to select here. That is hidden. Just say yes. Just turn on yes. So you can either do this here, or you can click also the I. You hide the month key. Why? Because the month key column is not usable in your report. We don't use it in your report. So hide it. Now we can create our ship fiscal. Just now we renamed the order date fiscal hierarchy called order fiscal. Now we create a new hierarchy in the ship date. So in the ship date table, on the right hand side here, you right click on the highest level. Highest level is ship fiscal year. Year is the highest level. Right click ship fiscal year, create the hierarchy. Let me repeat. Ship fiscal year, right click, create hierarchy. Now you can see the hierarchy. By default, the name is like this. So I will erase it. I will call it there. Just the name ship fiscal. Ship fiscal is the name of the hierarchy. Okay, ship fiscal. So once you have typed correctly ship fiscal, press enter. Press enter key, you give it a new name, ship fiscal. Now don't worry, not done yet. You see here in the hierarchy levels, ship fiscal year is the first level. Let's start producing the same level. Next, drop down here, ship fiscal quarter is the second level. Click drop down again, ship month is the third level. And finally, ship full date is the fourth level. 1, 2, 3, 4 levels deep. The hierarchy allows you to drill down and drill up. Fiscal year, fiscal quarter, month, full date. Don't forget to click apply level changes. A lot of people have forgotten to do this. Okay, click apply level changes, this one. Click it and they are now applied. Apply level changes once you are done. Let me take a screenshot also again on this. This is the level that I have. Oops, sorry. This is not good. Let me retake because there's something hidden there. Okay, that's the screenshot showing you my levels. Okay, so that's a fiscal. I call it ship fiscal. Now we've got the ship date all done. Okay, that is the last part of ship date. Order date done, ship date is done. Okay, relationships are good. Hierarchy is built. Okay, shall we proceed? Because we need to have another date table. Remember, we got due date, right? I'm showing you, okay, on how we have to proceed with another table. We got 3 dates. I need to produce 3 date tables. But the third date table, which is the due date, I will show you how to create the date table not by duplicating, not like ship date where I duplicate from order date. I will show you how to create the new due date table using DAX already. Okay, we're going to create calculated table. So already, we shall now start this. So to create new date table, we need to go to the model view. All right. Delete the original fiscal quarter, year, full date, and month. Why do we want to delete the column? Because the column are used in the hierarchy as a level only. The column cannot be deleted. You delete, right? The data all gone. All right. Just by creating a hierarchy doesn't mean, oh, I created a hierarchy, the column can throw away. No. The hierarchy is just referencing the column as a level of drilling up and down only. Right. The columns cannot be deleted, not at all. I did not delete anything. Maximum, you don't want to see it, you hide only. You can't delete anything, okay? Anything in modeling. Don't delete anything, right? All right, so now let's create, okay? Because we got a lot more to type, a lot more formulas to create, okay? So right now is our first calculated data table. Let's go over to the uh, data view. You must look at your data. So we got ship date already. Now let's click new table, the button new table once more. This is the third date table. Let's call it due date. So we got order date, we got ship date already. This is the last one, due date. Now equals to what? You thought that, oh, I'm going to do an equal to order date again. No, 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 no. I've just shown you one method. This is a second method. I'm going to show you the usage of the calendar auto function. Calendar auto. Now, let me do a little bit of explanation here. There are 2 calendar functions, calendar and calendar auto. Let me show you. Don't follow me first. I want you to look at my screen. I got some explanation to do. Now, calendar function, if you look at the parameters, the arguments expected, they take in one start date, comma, and next end date. That means, for example, if I take in 1/1/2010, comma, next one is 12/31/2020. Now, excuse me, I got used to American dates, okay? I follow American dates. All right. So 1/1 is 1st of January, 12/1. So American dates are MMDD. So I'm using MMDD on my computer. If you happen to see my screen here, my computer is also using MMDD. See, it's 6/15 American format. Okay. So my computer is American format. I have to use American format. If your computer is DDMM, you type DDMM. All right. So that's actually why you don't be surprised. So you have to refer to your own computer's date format. So if I do this, right, what will happen? You see now when I press enter, now you don't follow me yet. I press enter, I show you. There is a new table called due date. They came out and the first column called date will be produced for you. Seriously, it started from 1st of January 2010 and all the way until December 31st, 2020. You see, 4,018 rows, giving you just nice, exactly 11 years worth of dates. Okay. From the 1st of January 2010 all the way until December 2020. I think it's 11 years, right? 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Correct. It's 11 years. 11 years worth of dates. Now, this is also good, but not that good compared to calendar auto. Let me talk about calendar auto. Calendar auto does not need you to specify the start date and end date, but they will automatically scan your entire data model, look at all the tables, any dates, okay, any date columns. They look for the earliest date and they look for the latest date. Then they generate all the dates in between that latest and earliest date. Okay. So now when I type calendar auto, the parameter is optional. You can see any parameter with a square bracket like this is optional. So if I just open and close bracket when I press enter, look at now, it's now 32,873 rows. Why so much? Can you see the earliest date they generated was 1st of January 1932? Oh my God, why 1932? Because you see, the thing is that the dates, right, they scan. We do have a customer table, right, which is the birth date. They got date of birth. So they found that there is a date of birth column. The earliest date there is somewhere in 1932. There's a customer who was born 1932. So they grab the earliest date 1932 and they generate all the way until the latest date, which is year 2021, December 31st. See that? So they will automatically grab the earliest date until the latest date. Okay. If you want to actually, dismiss all this, okay, you have to either delete the date of birth, remove that out from your data model, then you get the earliest date, right, which is 2017 until 2020, because the only dates that should remain would be the dates in the sales table, not the date of birth in the customer table. They don't need to evaluate that. Okay. So the optional ones, okay, that you will do here, right? Okay, it's gonna be calendar auto. Now inside calendar auto, fiscal year and month, they do take an optional parameter, which is fiscal year and month. This is the best function to use if you intend to create fiscal or financial year reporting. Remember, if you don't put in anything, right, they always start generating 1st of January until December 31st. That's the normal calendar year. If you are doing financial year reporting, let's take Microsoft and also my company, right? Our financial year. We start from July and in June. So then I have to put a 6 in between because they're looking for year end month. So year end month, I put 6, which is June. The month is not typing a word, okay? It's a number, the month number. So I put 6. June is my year end for financial year. So they will know how to generate July 1st until June 30th, not the usual January 1st until December 31st. So the entire year, starting is 1st of July, ending is June 30th. That's how it will do. So now when I press enter, you see, they will start from July 1st, even though 1931. You see, but ending right, the last date at the bottom, right? The last date at the bottom here, right? You see, is June 30th, 2021. So that's actually how they started organizing all your dates. But we got no choice. We got 30 over 1,000 rows here. All right. Because we do have the birth date column. All right. Are you guys able to do this? So if there's a change in the data itself, let's say when the data refresh, you got a later date. For example, now I got 2021. In the next, your data for the sales, right, started getting in 2022. That's the beauty part of calendar auto. They can automatically increase more dates, make more new dates available in the table automatically. That's why they call it auto. All right. If you have earliest date changes, they will also keep on changing when you refresh your data. That is the reason why when you use calendar function, they take in an absolute start date and an absolute end date. If in the future you got new dates coming in, right, you keep on changing that end date. All right. So that's the reason why using calendar auto will be the best, because it is dynamically changing, dynamically refreshed every time with new dates. So some people would argue with me. They say that, oh, I can still use calendar. I can put the year end, right, will be December 31st, year 2099. By that year, okay, maybe everyone died already. Okay. So, but then you are storing too much dates into the future because you're trying to future proof your solution. You entered too far away to the future. So you might need, right here, to use calendar auto to dynamically detect the earliest and the latest date. Okay. Why the date is 1931? Okay, you did not listen to this carefully just now. Let me repeat that. My earliest date is also 1931 because they scan already. Apart from your order date, due date, ship date, in the customer table, there is a date of birth column. Look at the date of birth. There are customers who were born in 1932 or whatever, you see? Very early, you see? They were 1975. So they scan every table, every column which is dates. They read the earliest date possible and the latest date anywhere, and they generate all the dates. That is why this table is so big, when you go to your due date. You see, we got 32,000 plus rows. Okay, 32,000 plus rows. How many years is that? It's decades. So that's the reason why your earliest date is 1931. Okay. So remember that this table will always be recalculated and readaptable every time that the data that your data refreshes. Okay. Now, anyway, let us just satisfy ourselves with it. 1931. Okay. So we either to solve this problem, right? Okay, we need to delete off the date of birth, remove the date of birth. But you must ask yourself, do you really use the date of birth? Okay, if you use it, then you got no choice. You cannot delete the column. But if you don't use the date of birth, you can delete the date of birth. Then you can see that our dates in this date column or this date table will be lesser. Okay. Okay. Now let's not worry about the 1931 and all that. Now let us start adding more columns, just like your other date columns, right? Apart from the date column, you will need to also get the year, okay? Fiscal year, fiscal quarter, then the month, slowly one by one. Let's add a new column. Click new column, and I want the column name to be called due fiscal year. Just now was order fiscal year, ship fiscal year. Now it's the due fiscal year. So how would you like to, display that? Let me go over to the ship date and have a look. In the ship date table, look at their ship fiscal year. Their ship fiscal year, right, is using a text display FY and then the year. But look at the year. The year is always 1 year ahead. Okay. Similarly, I told you Microsoft and Gemrain, same thing. By next month, July, we start 2023. But calendar year is still 2022. So the moment we reach July onwards, we will add 1 year on top of the calendar year. Okay, that's the logic behind that. So it depends on also every individual organization's financial year. So you have to understand this formula first, right? So right now, how do we do this? In the fiscal year, the due fiscal year, I want to start with FY, the word FY. Okay, concatenate with what? With the year function. I use the year function. I pass in the date column from the due date table. You see? Look at how I type, yeah? I don't need to fully type, I type year function. When they ask for a date column, I will use this date column here. So I type date and I can select, see from here, I can see due date table date column. That's the column I select. This function will extract the year portion from the date. That's what it does. The year function reads only the year, that means the YYYY section of the date. Okay. So if I press enter, you will see that FY 1931. See? But this is July already. It's supposed to show FY 1932. Am I right? It's supposed to show that. Now, how the logic is going to be is I need to start also add only when the month is greater than 7, greater than or equals to 7. Then you add a 1. So I will use an if function. If the month portion of the date column, see, now see, you got year function to read the year. The month function is to read the month number from the date. So if the month portion of the date greater than or equals to 12, 12, I mean 7, greater than or equals to 7, comma, when it's true, I return a 1. This 1 will be added into the year. That's the logic. I close. Okay? So when I press enter here, now it works, you see? Greater than or equals to 7, so there, financial year is 32. See? All the way until 1932, still 1932, yep. Until, look at June. June 30th is the last year, financial year 32. When they hit July 1st, 1932, financial year now advanced to financial year 33. This is correct already. Okay? So this is my formula here. I'm still really annoyed with the so much dates, 1932, all that. Let me copy and paste this formula into the meeting chat. This is the column due fiscal year. So don't worry. Maybe we create everything first. Maybe later on we will filter it out and do something on it. Okay. Okay. Fiscal year. We got the year already. Now let's go over to the ship date and check out their quarter. How do they display the quarter? Look at their display. They also display the same FY, then followed by a space, then only display either Q1 or Q2 or Q3 or Q4. So they include the FY first, then only the display of the Q1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, I want to follow the same format. Include the FY also. Okay, so let's add another new column. Another new column. I'm going to call this as due fiscal quarter. After year, now we create quarter. Now, because we need to evaluate the quarter. Now remember this, yeah? July to September is Q1. Calendar year Q1 is Jan, Feb, March. But fiscal year, I follow Microsoft, yeah? July, August, September, Q1. October, November, December, Q2. January, February, March is Q3. And of course, lastly, April, May, June is Q4. So how do we determine the proper quarter numbering? Now, I'm going to use a switch function to do that. You can use if and if and if and if, but so many if, right, is not really good. Okay, you can use switch. Now, to better understand this, right, first of all, I'm going to shift enter here, declare a variable. I declare a variable to store the month portion from the due date. Okay, I call it the MONTH, month number, month number, which will equal to, I directly grab the month portion of the date column like this. I store first the month portion from the date column of the due date. Right? Shift enter. Then I'm going to say return what? First of all, I return the due fiscal year. Remember, they will need to display the FY first, right? Concatenate with a space and Q, like this. And further concatenate with. So picture in your head, they read the due fiscal year first, this one, then join with a space, then Q, and then finally join with either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, right? So this 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, I will shift enter, sorry. Shift enter, and I'm going to use a switch function. Look at that. The switch function. I switch, first of all, using true. Switch true here means, right? The true function is always used in DAX to indicate that everything else is true, but I want to evaluate expression. So switch when it's true. By default, everything is true, comma. So I start to evaluate when the month NO there. Okay, the variable, I use the variable. When the month NO, I will say lesser than or equals to 3. Correct? I start with 1, 2, 3. So I check first. The first block, 1, 2, 3. January, February until March. The number to return is quarter 3, comma. Month number, if it's lesser than or equals to, now 4, 5, 6. So until 6. The number to return is quarter 4. So it's 4. The month NO is less than or equals to 7, 8, 9. So it's 9. So 7, 8, 9 is quarter 1. So comma is 1. Okay. And then, of course, finally, month NO less than equals to 12. This is quarter 2. That's it. Close. Let me show you the result when I press enter. Look at the result. You see? They read the year column followed by a space, Q, and then whether 1, 2, or 3, or 4 will be looking at the switch function here. They evaluate. So you can see July. So you see? July, August, September, still Q1. That September 30th is the last Q1 there. When it hit October the 1st, then Q2 already. All the way until December 31st. December 31st still Q2. 1st of January next year will be Q3 already. Look at that. Until March. March 31st. Q3. April 1st will begin Q4, the last quarter. So when it hit June the 30th, this is FY 1932 Q4. July 1st, 1932 will begin 1933 Q1 again. You see? So this is what I wanted. This is correct now. Right? So that is the reason why I declare first month NO. So that I do not need to type this again and again here. It will look very messy. So I store this longer formula one time in the variable. Then I can make it easier to read here. Can you imagine, right? No variable. I have to type this 4 times, here, 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 and here. Type this one again and again and again, making it very messy. So now I use var, store it first. Then I return the year first, the fiscal year, concatenate with the space and Q, then further concatenate with the switch. The switch is to determine this will be 3, this will be 4. You don't like to use the switch, you can use if, and if. It's up to you guys. Maybe some of you guys, oh, I don't know switch. Can you please show me the if? Okay, I show you if. I will show you if. If month NO, the variable, right? Less than equals to 3, comma, 3. Comma again. I will put it multiple lines so easier to read. If again, month NO less than equals to 6, right? And comma 4. Shift enter again. If again, month NO less than equals to 9, then it will be 1. This quarter 1. Now here, not 3, not 4, not 1. You don't need to check for 12, comma immediately 2. Correct? This like if this is true, 3. Else if this is true, 4. Else again if this is true, then 1. So 3 not true, not 4, not 1. Finally is 2. You don't need to check again less than equals to 12. So 1, 2, 3. It's similar. Enter. It's similar. You don't like switch, you use your if. Multiple if. This is due fiscal quarter. Can understand what am I doing here? I'm trying to break down more the date right into more columns. I want to create the fiscal year, how they calculate fiscal year quarter. So after this, we can build the hierarchy, just like the order date, just like the ship date. The ship date was easy because we directly duplicate from the order date. Okay, actually, I could have done the same thing for due date. I duplicate another time. But that was the lazy way. Now I show you the DAX way, because in training, I have to show you different methods. Okay? Because no point showing you the same method again and again. You don't learn anything. So it is up to you to decide which method you like best. In real world, if you are in a hurry, I mean, I would also do duplicate. I'm not going to write all this. If I know that I already have one date table that is so useful, I just duplicate it 2 more times to get the ship date and the due date. But now we're learning. So ship date, you duplicate it. Second method, I'm going to show you due date. We write DAX here. It can be calculated as well. Let's proceed to the month now. The due month. Let me refer back to the ship month. How does shipment look like? Okay, now I realize the shipment, their format is using the calendar year display, the year. We don't need to add. Fiscal year is 2020, but there is still 2019. So 2019 June, they display the 3-letter month name. Aug for August, Sep for September, Oct for October, Nov for November, right? So I want to follow this format also. So back to due date. Let's create a new column. I call it due month. So due month. What's the fastest way to get that format? So it's format function. Why is it July in quarter 1? Okay, I think you missed out that one again. Remember, this is financial year. That's why I call it fiscal. Fiscal is financial year. I am using Microsoft financial year as in training. In training, Microsoft always will use their example. And I know everybody here from different organization, you have got a different financial year beginning. So I'm just showing you the concept, how I calculate following Microsoft's financial year. Microsoft's financial year start July and in June. Okay, remember, it's all FY, not CY. CY calendar year, everyone knows. Q1 is January, February, March. Okay, financial year, July, August, September is Q1 because it starts in July. Genuine Consulting, we are the same with Microsoft. That's the same thing, right? So that's why this is useful. But I know if you can come from a company, oh, what if my company financially start in March? Then you see how I calculate, you backtrack it. Okay? Make sense, yeah? All right, very good. If your organization says, yeah, I received that same comment also. Some people will say, I don't need to learn this. Because why? My organization, right? Financial year is the same as calendar year. We still same, start from January. Then I would say you are lucky. But that doesn't mean you don't need to learn this. Because, I don't know, are you sure you're going to stay put in that organization until the day you die? Who knows you change job? Who knows you move on to another role, a different company? So this is a skill for you. This skill is not for your company. So you learn this, right? So even though your company, right, you are lucky you don't need to have financial year separate calculation with calendar year. So let's proceed. Due month. You saw the format of the month, right? So I use format function. I earlier shown you format before to format a number to a currency. I use the same format to format dates. So what's the format? I format the date column, due date. Okay, due date table, the date column. I take the date column. Okay, format, comma. What format do you want to? I format it to display YYYY space MMM. That's the format I wanted. When you press enter, look at that. Exactly the same. Joule, Aug, Sep. Remember MMM, you put 4M. MMMM, that will be full name. July, August, September, right? 3Ms will be the first three characters of the month. 2M, of course, there will be a number, right? You see, month number, 2M. 3Ms, first three character. 4Ms will be the full name of the month. I need 3Ms will do. Now, guys, also for your information, for your knowledge, okay? The older version of Power BI, right, they require capital M. Why? Because lowercase m stands for minutes. It's used, okay, they are used in HHMM, the small m. So it's very case sensitive. Capital M is for month. Lowercase m is for minutes. But today, Power BI can accept small m's. Why? Because minute is now n. If you want to format time, it's no longer HH:MM. It's now HH:NN colon SS. Hours is still HH. Seconds is still S. But the minutes to differentiate, they now use N. N for Netherlands. Okay? So the older version, right? Okay, MM is for minutes. So month must be capital M, uppercase M. Now new Power BI no more because NN is used for minutes. Got it? So anyway, in our case, it's YYYY space MMM. Let me copy and paste this into the meeting chat. Perfect. I got the answer here. Okay, the next column that my ship date, they do have ship full date. Remember the full date? Look at the full date. It's year, space, the month again, but now they got a comma, space, the day number. The day number, comma, 2-digit day number. Even though it's single digit, but it still displays 01, 02, 03, and so on. I want this format as well. So in the due date, I'm going to create a new column. Just now was ship full date. This is called due full date. The full date. Sometimes full date is useful to display something. Again, you should know we use format. Format the date column again, comma. This time I display as YYYY space MMMM because it's full name of the month, right? Is it full name? Sorry. I kind of forgotten. I got short-term memory loss there. Hang on, ship date. Oh, okay, it's three character. Yeah, okay, 3 character. Let's follow that. So 3 character. So it's MMM with a comma space DD. That's the way. There you go. Got it. Okay. YYYY comma space DD. 1D will show single digit if they are 1 digit. See? Double digit, of course. But you want to put DD, right? Means even though it's a single digit, but you'll still start with a leading 0 in front. DD. We need also a month key, you know. Remember, the month key is used to provide sorting, or else, right, all these months, right, they are sorted by alphabets. So I need month key. It's just like the ship date. Can you see the month key column, which is hidden now? Their month key is following year and month. So it's the year and then 07, the month. If it's August, it's 201909. 2019 November is 201911. And it's a pure number. You see, integer. It's right aligned. So I need a number here. So how do I get this type of calculation? How to calculate for this? So in my due date table, let's create a new column called month key. Okay. Month key. The calculation is very simple. First, I extract the year portion from the date column. Remember, year function, right, would take the 4-digit year from the date. I multiply by 100. Correct or not? I multiply by 100. Why multiply 100? I want to get the extra 20 at the back. Then after that, I plus the month portion of the date. Correct or not? Oops. Like this. All right, exactly similar. Okay, look at this. When I press enter, I got it. 193107, 193108 until October is 193110. Because when you take the 4-digit year, you multiply by 100, you get 2 extra 0 at the back, and then you just add the month, and you get the full 6-digit number. Sorry, yeah, 6-digit number here. This number will be used for sorting purposes. Okay, now you want to use a format. There's a question that is excellent. Okay, now let me show you this effect. Okay, if I use the format function, okay, like this, comma, and then you use the YYYYMM like this. What's the difference? What's the difference? This is text. Can you see it's left aligned? It's text. Even though text, right, I believe the sorting order is still okay. Right? Because there's a year in front. The sorting, you sort by the text still okay, but sorting by the number is the safest. Because format always produce text, not number. So I want a number. So when I use this formula, it becomes a number. Right align and they are italic. In Power BI, you know, right? If you are used to Power BI, a pure number is an integer, is right align and they are italic. Texts are left aligned and they are regular font. They are not italic. Numbers are italic. Okay, got it? But you know what? That's actually a very good suggestion, you know, okay? That's a really good suggestion there. Because why? You thought that, hey, I can get the same thing with Y, I still get the thing. But yeah, it's character, right? But judging logically, you think deeper, right? Even though it's text, is character. The text, right, is number, but sorted by the character is still okay, right? Because we just want to use the column for sorting. But to be safe, right, on the safer side, sort by the number. Okay. All right, so now let's sort by the number. Okay, let's select the full date. First of all, the full date column. This one you sort by due date. Okay, yeah, we haven't changed the date column name. Can you rename the date column to due date? Rename it to due date. When you rename to due date, right, you don't need to worry about the rest. See, they will know how to rename the formula. That is actually something very nice about DAX. Right. Okay. Now, when you, let's say, use the format way, okay, let's say again, cut this off. I use format, due date again, comma, using YYYYMM, like this. So you get text, right? So here the format is text. Can you see? Now, The question is, can I click this drop down and change it to a whole number? And then you can see that you will be added in a new step, which is to change the data type to a number. And then once you change it to number, it is still working fine. You get what I mean? It is still another method. Yes, you can do that. You use format, becomes text. As long as the number, okay, it can be converted to a number. You change the data type to be a number. Then, yeah, that is another solution. But why do that double work when I can just type in a formula and straight away get an integer? All right. Now you are creating format, which is text. Text, change data type. So if you can save a step, please save a step. Don't do unnecessary steps, whereby every time when you refresh the data, right, any extra unnecessary steps contribute to and impact the performance. I'm a perfectionist in the Power BI. I always evaluate many possible angles. Any angle which is the shortest route doesn't cost me extra steps that don't impact the performance, I go for that. Anything I need to do extra, I will avoid that. Okay? So hope this clears the air for you. So I'm not going to do this. I will directly get a pure number out of my calculation. This one. I don't need to change type and all that. Okay? All right. So what you guys found out is, yeah, that's a possible solution. I'm not saying it's wrong. It is correct. Right? You use format, you get text, then text change data type to number. No problem. Okay. So guys, let's sort the columns properly. Now, the due full date. Due full date. Select first due full date, the full date of column. Sort by column button. Sort by due date. Select due date. So now the due full date, right, is sorted by due date. If you are a bit confused here, right, you are welcome to move over to the model view. In the model view, you can see my due date is here. Okay, my due date is here. All right. So you select due full date, then you expand the properties, expand advanced. You can see sort by column due date. Then you select due month. The due month again, expand advanced, sort by column, month key. Okay. Sort by column, month key. Due month, sort by column, month key. Let me repeat just now. Due full date, sort by the due date. Here we go. Due full date, sort by due date. Then due month now, in advance, sort by column, month key. And again, hide the month key. Click the I icon, the I button, month key, hide. And we shall create a hierarchy. You must be in this model view to create the hierarchy. So on the right hand side, you see a due date, right? What is the highest level? Is the due fiscal year. Due fiscal year, right click. Always right click the highest column, the highest level, which is the year column. Create hierarchy. Give the name to due fiscal. That's the name of the hierarchy, due fiscal. Let me repeat that, okay? Just now you sorted by column. Due full date by the due date. The due month sort by the month key. After that, hide the month key column. Click the I icon. Hide it. Month key, hide. Now we create hierarchy. Right click on the due fiscal year, create hierarchy. Give it a name called due fiscal. And then what do you do? Of course, start adding the levels. After year will be the quarter. After quarter is the due month. After the month, I add the full date. Due full date is the last level. Always remember to apply level changes. Okay, let me remind you again. Always apply the level changes. Make sure you have selected all these 4 levels. Apply level changes. Now, because this date table, we are done already. This due date table, right? Because it is a calculated table, we need to mark the table as a date table. This is needed, especially whenever you create a date table that comes from calculation like this, calendar auto, right? So what you need to do, back to your data view here. Are you guys still in your due date? Select, make sure that you're in the due date table. You're looking at your due date table. Can you see at the top ribbon? Can you see this? Mark as date table, this one. Mark as date table. What do you mean by marking it as a date table? Mark as date table, you are trying to update Power BI, okay, that I've got a new table and I want to use the table for time intelligence calculation. It contains dates that you need to be aware of every time I use date-oriented functions, right? For filtering, for calculation, please remember this is a date-oriented table. That is why I need to update Power BI. I tell Power BI, hello, this is a date table. Please take note. That is what we're doing. So click the drop down mark as date table. Click on it. They will want you to select what column will be the date column. There is only one column there, due date. Due date is the only date column to mark it as a date table. So that validated successfully. Now, once you click OK, you will soon realize the due date, you have a new icon of a business card. You click OK and see there. The due date column now suddenly appear with a column, with an icon. The icon that looks like a business card. That is indicating that this table is marked as a date table using the due date column. This is the unique column that differentiates all the dates. Okay. So we are done with the design of the dates. So we have got all 3 tables. Oh yeah, one last thing we haven't, the most important thing to do. Anyone can tell me what is the most important activity that I haven't done yet? What is the most important thing I haven't done yet? Anyone? So obvious. The connection, relationship. Yes, very good. Let's do the relationship now. Okay. Now the relationship is done by what? Now we got a problem here. Don't you think so? In the sales table, they got due date key. It's a date key, but we got no keys. The only key we created is called a month key, only for purpose of sorting. We are not yet ready to build a relationship. Correct or not? Because we don't have the necessary columns that supports the equivalent date keys. So in order for us to generate the date key, you must observe how other date table, right, their date key looks like. Let's look at the order date. Their date key used, right, is using this way, see? They are just generating the similar number, is a number, using DDDD, YYYY, MMDD format. It's just that. They construct, okay, the date key, right, into a number, okay, which is using that format. So we can create a date key column, right? The date key column can be constructed, okay, but let's not worry about the due date. Because why? We are not going to do any calculation and report using the due date. The lesson here I want you guys to learn is just how to produce the due date column. I mean the due date table, but not to create a relationship over. But for your information, you should know by now that in real world, you still have to create a relationship between the sales table with the due date table. But you need to come up with the date key column. And usually date key column is right in front. So just as a note, how do you create the date key column? Just in case, create a new column here. I call it due date key. Sorry, I just call it date key. What was the relationship for sales and ship date again? Sales and ship date, of course, you should know, right? We did that earlier. That ship date got a relationship, right? We're using ship date key, right? Can you see that the ship date, right, has got the date key as well? So the relationship is on there, ship date key to date key. Using the key to key. Sales has a ship date key. You drag and drop it over, match it with the date key. That's how you create the line. All right. So that's the relationship. So the date key for my due date, I need to produce this. So how should it be? So you can use the way that on how someone mentioned that, because I do not want to calculate that. You can use a format function. Format the due date column from the due date table using the YYYY MMDD. That's it. Now I got this. And you will change the data type to number, whole number. Just say yes. There you go. So now I got pure number. Look at that. Pure number. So using the way that you have proposed just now, first I use format, which will give me a text. It's in text. Then I go here, data type, which is text, change to a whole number. And then you click yes. They will prompt you something. You just say yes to add a new step. So you have changed the column, right, from text to number. Now you got a date key. Okay. So with the date key, I'm sure you should know, right? We can now build the relationship if you want to build the relationship. So back to the model view. So this is to create the date key. Then in the model view, now I can drag the date key to due date key. I look for due date key, that drag and drop to date key. So now I got a relationship there. See, look at this. Let me zoom in. I hover my mouse on the line. You can see what column I pair with. I match date key on the due date to the due date key on the sales. Okay, just drag the column and drop it on date key, or drag the date key, drop it on the due date key. Just drag and drop. So relationship is built, just in case you want to know. And you know what? The date key, right, all supposed to be hidden. I guess the date key, see, they all hide it. Here, ship date also, we've forgotten to hide date key. Date key also can be hidden. This one also hidden. You can hide the date key because date key, we usually don't use it in the reports. So we can hide the date keys. Even on the sales table, you see the due date key is hidden. The order date key is hidden. The ship date key is also hidden. All the keys are meant to be hidden because key are columns used for relationship. We seldom go and perform or use the column on the charts or on the visuals. All right. Date table construction all done. Now, let's learn to add more calculated columns. This time, we really calculate the figures. Let's move over to the data view, collapse all the dates. Let's move to sales table. Our sales table already, we do have 4 measures: the cost measure, profit measure, revenue measure, and then the revenue YOY percent. That was done earlier. So we now want to not talk about measure first. Let's add more columns. Okay. Now I want to add a column, right, which is called revenue. But you might be thinking, what? Sorry, what? We already got revenue. It's a measure which sums the entire sales column. All right. But I want to show now revenue as a column. I want to calculate row by row. The measure revenue is grand total only because you see they sum the entire sales amount. That's it. It's grand total. So in my case, I want to create a calculated column, not a measure, guys. Remember column? So go to table tools, add new column. It should appear right at the far right hand side, right at the end. I want a column. That is why I want to call it C revenue. Why add a C in front? C stands for column, just to differentiate, because we cannot use revenue again. The revenue is already a name given to the measure. You cannot use the name anymore. So I call it C space revenue. So this is a column. How I calculate revenue this time is every row I've got a revenue, which will take the sales amount. Remember sales amount here? I will minus their total product cost. I see every row has an amount of sales and there's also a cost. I want to take the sales amount minus the cost. That is considered revenue. Okay? So this is where I type there sales amount. You can even type the word amount and it will show you two types of amount: extended amount and sales amount. Can you see it's a column? Table name followed by square bracket, column name. Enter sales amount. See? No need to finish typing so much. Immediately I minus off. I type the word total. Sorry, total. And you can see sales table, total product cost column. See? So what can you picture in your head now, guys? You can now picture in your head every row, they will take the sales amount minus the cost and come up with a figure. Every row. So for 121,253 rows, they will keep on iterating. They keep on repeat until the end. Every row will have a value. I press enter and voila, there you go. Look at that. Some sales, every row is a sales transaction. Some sales amount are actually way lower than the cost. That is why these revenue are negative. Okay, but their negative is only 30 bucks, and there are 4 decimal places. I want you to switch it to 2 decimal places. You see here in the format currency. Then there's an auto here, automatic. I put 2. That's a decimal number. How many decimal places you put there? 2. Don't use auto. Now they fix it to 2 decimal places. There are many transactions they are making a loss. They are losing $33.83 because they're selling it at 939.59, but the cost is 400. The cost is 973. So you're losing 30 bucks here. Okay. So this is the C revenue. Okay. And we are done here. Okay. So this is the first column that we just added, just for knowledge sake. Why I added a column? Just to demonstrate the way my formula calculates, fetches the sales amount minus the total product costs for every single row. They will do that for 121,253 times. They will fetch every row until the end. Okay. All right, so that's ultimately done. All right, so let's get back to our report view. So this is all done for the earlier one. Okay, we didn't do much, okay, on that. Now, to prepare for our next topic, right, I want you to add another sheet, another page. Call it M02. Okay, I don't want to touch all that. Okay, every time I finish something, I just add a new page there. Just call it M02. Okay, now let's start building something here. We're going to focus on measures. Okay, let me just step into a measure. Now, when you add a new page here, M02, let's start building a matrix visual, right? I want you to click matrix again. Click matrix so that you got a matrix here. Okay, make it larger. Okay, or rather make it taller like this. Maybe make it full to the, from top to bottom. Fill up here. Now let's start by adding sales amount. Let's go down here to the sales table. Let's not worry about all the date columns and all that anymore. Now let's select sales amount. You check sales amount. And for the purpose of visibility, let me increase the font size. to 16 points. So now you can see that when you use sales amount, put it onto the value in the matrix, you can very well see that they are showing you the grand total, $109,809,274.20. That's the grand total of a sales amount. Okay. So once you've added that, right? So let's also add the fiscal, okay, from the date table, the order date table. Use the fiscal hierarchy. Where's the order fiscal? Drag the order fiscal to the rows. Yeah? Show like this. And again, the fiscal hierarchy contains 4 levels. That's the level they built for us. So I want you to throw away the date and the quarter. I only want year and month. 4 levels, I only want 2 levels. From the year, expand down to the month. So when you expand year 2018, right? And this is the answer for fiscal. This is based on order date. Order date. Order date. Use the order fiscal on the rows. Throw away quarter and date. I only need year down to month. So when you expand year, you can see all the months. Can you see how the months are arranged? Starts from July and June. That's financial year reporting. Now, because I use the sales amount column naturally. Now, watch this. In the values, how come they know how to sum it? Because the values here, sales amount. Okay, let me zoom in here. Sales amount. When I click the drop down here, there's a down arrow button. Can you see that they show sum here? There's a check mark. And can you see on top of sum, there are average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct count, standard deviation, variance, median. All these are the common aggregation function, which they give you convenient for you to be able to choose it. Which means now I can even change to average, you know. From sum, I click average. Can you see now the values are saying average of sales amount and they're showing you average. This is so cool, right? Because the default aggregation, the default summarization is sum. That is the reason why even in Excel, it's always called auto sum. Okay, by default, is always sum. But you want to change to average, you want to change to count, you can then click this drop down here. Okay, this drop down here, you can see now it's average. Okay, you want to switch to sum, you click sum again, and it's back to sum. Now, there are 2 groups of people who look at this thing, either good or bad. Now, some people say, wow, this is so cool, so convenient, you know, right? So these are the people who look at it as good. Some people, especially data modelers, people who do data modeling, they will say this is bad. Because if I'm producing a data model, I give the data model, which means the file, to my colleague who is going to build a report based on my modeling. I don't want them to freely use the column and they can simply switch average and all that. They switch the meaning, they change meaning. Okay? So this is where we call this as implicit or explicit. It is always good practice for you to create explicit measure. I rather you create a measure, which is, for example, in our case, the revenue. You see, revenue is a perfect example of a measure that the formula already control. It is permanently sum. So the measure, when you drag and drop, look at this, when I drag and drop inside, can you see they're reporting the same figure? Can you see they're all the same? So, because this is sum sales amount. This one is the sales amount, okay? Which, you see, there's a column. This one is a measure. They are reporting the same thing. But now, look at this. In this measure, in the visual, the sales amount and revenue side by side. Sales amount, I can click drop down, I can switch meaning. But revenue is a measure. I click the drop down, there's nothing to change. Because it's a measure. Measure control, okay? Measures are controlled by a formula. You cannot simply change the meaning. Sales amount is a column. Column, you can click drop down and you can switch the aggregation meaning anytime you like. So for data modelers, they like to use and prepare all the measures. You want average, I create an average measure for you. You want sum, I create a separate measure of sum for you. But I don't allow you to simply swap one day sum, one day average. Because for security reasons and for targetability, okay? So you need to make sure that the meaning of the calculation is fixed. You don't allow the column to be simply today I see average, tomorrow I click the drop down and change to sum. Or the day after tomorrow I switch to count. All right? So a data modeler will prepare all the necessary measures, fixed measures. One measure for average, one measure to show sum, the other measure to show count, and the rest. All right? So that's why measures is great in order for you to focus the exact calculation. The calculation won't deviate from the actual meaning. All right? So that's ultimately the reason behind that. So when we produce all the measures, usually the column we can also hide, All right. So the measure now we have both sales amount and the revenue, which are reporting exactly the same number. Okay. So you can see now side by side, they are the same thing. Okay. So now we shall remove the sales amount. I don't need the sales amount. I want to report the revenue. The revenue it will be good. Okay. So then we can also see there's another measure called cost. The cost is also to sum up the total product cost, you see. So again, I don't need the user to drag and drop the total product cost onto the column because there is already a cost which sums up the total product cost, right? And then what I can do, I can use the cost there. So now I've got revenue, how much? What's the cost, right? And you know what? I do have order quantity. I want you to produce a measure called quantity. The quantity, right, is the measure representing sum of the order quantity. So let's do that now. Okay, before we break for lunch. I go to table tools here in my sales. I create new measure. It's a measure, it's not a column. I just call it quantity, which is just to sum the column order quantity. Order quantity. There you go. Sum the sales table order quantity. So the entire column order quantity, I sum them all up. So this is where I can see the total number of items ordered for all my transactions. Okay, enter. And order quantity is not price, It's a whole number, and I want to click the thousand separator. There's a comma here. Click the thousand separator, which will give them a thousand separator, the comma button. So now when you place this quantity measure, okay, you can see there, total amount, okay, of items ordered so far. Every year they have a breakdown. That's the quantity. Take note of the thousand separator when you hit 4 digits and above. So grand total for financial year 2018, total order quantity is 24,349 items. All right. Okay. We are going to learn more about the DAX formula construction. And we're going to start looking into some simple ones first. Now, just before lunch, we have already ventured into this new page I've created on the report M02, where I have created and fill up the whole page with a matrix. Okay, so I slice by the order dates, the order fiscal hierarchy year and month. Then I place the measure revenue, right, which is the total of the sales amount. I place another measure called cost, which is the total, the sum of the total product cost. And I created a new measure called quantity, which is a sum of the order quantity. Now, when we start and continue further, I would like you guys to see one more column called unit price. The column called unit price is here. Now, if I drag and drop it, now you know that it's unit price and, it is actually summing up. You see, unit price is added here. And when I click on uh, drop down here, right? But actually, it's not summing. They are by default average. Okay. Do you see why is it that some columns, when you drag and drop, they are by default sum? This one now, when I drag and drop, it's by default average. The reason behind that is in the modeling. Okay, let me go to the model view and show you. I look in my sales table, look for the unit price column, which is this one. And when I look into the properties, right, now we do have one feature, right? Expand advanced. It's always in the advanced. Expand it at the bottom. Scroll further down, you can see what is the summarized by. You see, this is where we can change to average. So when you do that here, right, that means in the future from now on, every time you use the column in your visual, by default, they are not going to sum. The default is going to average. Okay? This is what it means. You can change it to average. You can change it to something else here other than sum. Default is always sum, but I changed the default to average. Okay? But even though they are now displayed as average, but it still don't stop my audience from clicking the drop down and switching it back to sum. Look at the sum. They are now showing sum of unit price. The display, the label of this is also showing sum of unit price. Okay? So now, the thing is that there are certain type of columns. If you expose the columns, you show the columns to the user, right, and allow them to use. You don't create beforehand all the measures. Now, you give them the luxury to change the meaning of the aggregation. So unit price, I change to average because it's more meaningful. You average the price per unit. Now, when you sum the unit price, right, does it make sense? It seems to be, well, you can sum them, but naturally, logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to total up the unit price when it's a price per unit per product? You total up the unit price for what? It's not really meaningful. Doesn't make sense. Averaging the unit price, yes, there's a meaning behind that. Okay? So that is the reason why I may not want my unit price to be shown. Just like my sales amount also. I go back to my model view. I look at my sales amount. I hide sales amount also. You see? Because I already got revenue, which is summing the sales amount. I'm good with it. I just hide it. Unit price also is time for me to hide it. I hide the unit price so people don't use the unit price. Instead, back to the model view. Wait, let me drop off the unit price first. I delete off the unit price from here. I prepare all the measures for the unit price. Okay, I create all the necessary calculation for measures, okay, for the unit price in the form of a measure. So you can see that my unit price is already hidden. They're not shown here. Sales amount also not shown anymore. So the report builders won't be able to use the column anymore. They want to show value. They want to show calculations. They use my measure, right? So that's the reason why behind the scene, a data modeler, one of the primary job or the role of being a data modeler is to prepare all the necessary calculations in a form of measures. You are encouraging your report builders to use the measures. Don't directly use the columns. So let's build the necessary measures. I want to build 3 measures relating to the unit price. Even though unit price is hidden, remember, see, it's hidden only from the report view. But in the data view, you can still see the presence of the unit price. So we can still write formulas out of it. Now, I want to create 3 separate measures from here on. Number 1, I want to call it average price. Next one, minimum price. The third one, maximum price. When I say this, you should know what I wanted. I'm going to use average function, the min function, and the max function. Okay, let me do that right now. Let us do that right now. New measure, also in the sales table. I'll start with average price, which is to average. You see the average function? And I average the unit price column. I just pass in the unit price column into the argument of my average function. Very simple. Okay, now this I hope that everyone can understand because average, min, and max is the same in Excel. The only difference is that Excel uses cellular reference. Here we pass in the whole column name. Table name first, square bracket, column name. So I'm not going to share the formula for this because it's short enough, it's easy to understand here. So create this measure. First one, name it average price equals to average function, and inside the bracket, you pass in the unit price column. And you are going to create 2 more measures. Okay. And you should know you're going to use min function, max function. I hit enter key first. Make sure I also set to 2 decimal places because I don't want it to be auto. I replace the auto decimal places to 2. Make sure you format that first. Next, another new measure, minimum price. That's the name of the measure where I use min function for the unit price. Okay, simple. It's the same thing. The argument you pass in unit price, but this is min function for minimum price. Lastly, again, 2 decimal places. Lastly, the third measure, maximum price. Okay, and it's using the max function. Also passing in unit price column. Again, format to 2 decimal places. So the result is I have created 3 new measures that will relate to the unit price column. It makes sense for me to calculate the average of the unit price. What is the lowest unit price, minimum? And what's the highest unit price, maximum? Summing up the unit price makes no sense. I don't want that, okay? And my unit price column is hidden. So you know what? Since you created the measures, right? Yeah, why not we just add it into the matrix? So I check unit average price, I check minimum price and maximum price. There you go. So we can see now sliced by the month and the year. Every month of that particular year, you can see what is the lowest price of the product for that month and what is the highest price for the product of a product for that month. And what is the average price for that month? Total order quantity value. Okay. What's the cost, total cost for that month? And the revenue, the sales amount for that month. Every month they'll have a value. So it's a pivot table that is sliced by the year and month. Bear in mind that in Power BI, pivot table is known as a matrix. Now I've got room to fit one more measure. Let's create one more last measure, okay, which is to perform the count of orders. All right. So we are going to do count here. Now, actually, right, sorry, I have to apologize. It's not just one more measure. I want to create 2 more measures. Look at my data view in my sales table. I want you guys to check this out. Now, listen carefully. Once you have done the 3 average price, minimum price, and maximum price, you added it to the matrix. Switch back to your data view. Look at your data in your sales. Now, how many rows do we have in the sales? 121,253 rows. Every row is a transaction. But check this out, guys. Let me zoom in, and I want to show you one particular column. Okay. There's something called, wait, hang on. Is there a column that I'm missing out? Sales amount, okay, fine. Now, yeah, correct. The first one, sales order line key. There's a key, right, for sales order line. The sales order line key, if I go to the model, right, you should realize that the sales table, there is also sales order. One order, many sales. And you can see it's using sales order line key for the relationship. Let me show you. The relationship, right, is using there. Sales order line key, sales order line key. Now, what is this, you know? What do you mean by sales order and sales? Now, listen carefully. If I go back to my data view for the sales table, right? Look at the sales table. Now, I want to sort these rows, sort in ascending order. Look at the sales order line key. I'm sorting in ascending order. All right? I'm sorting in ascending order. Now, I would like to look at certain order lines. Now, everything seems to be still unique. Okay, everything seems to be unique. All right. But let me talk a little bit more about this. I want to go into the sales order table. There's a sales order. Look at the sales order. This order line key, right, is actually all unique values. Yes, correct. Every one row in the sales is looking at this. But do you see, for example, sales order line key of these numbers, they are all belonging to the same big bunch of same sales order. Can you see the sales order number is the same? 53465. SO 53465. Multiples of them. One order, many order line. Order line means, right, it's the same thing like I place one order. I don't just buy one product. I buy many different products. Correct? So from one order, I may have, let's say I buy 20 products. Each product is considered one order line, a line item. And every product will have their own different unit price, different discounts given, and also different quantity. So, but all belongs to one order. So one order, many order line. So this is the reason why we've got a sales order table to store the order. But one order can have many rows related in the sales table. That's the relationship. Okay? So which means if I go to my sales table, if I do a count of the rows in my sales table, what's the total number here? 121,253, right? Question is it true that we've got 121,253 orders? The answer is no. Because every row is just one transaction, one line, one order line. There are multiple rows here that may come from one same order. So if I want to count the number of orders, the total rows in my sales, wrong. Okay? I cannot count the orders as in the total rows in my sales is equivalent to the total orders. I have to go to the sales order table. This is sales order table. And I have to count this one. Now, how many? Same thing. Can you see that sales order has the 121,253? Hey, come on. Sales order table total rows is the same number of rows as the sales. But look at the column, sales order. They are a one-to-one match with the sales table. But I need to count the sales order. This is where you learn how to use distinct count, because count will give you the total number of rows, which is 121,253. That is wrong. You use distinct count. That's a different story. So now in the sales table, I want you to build a new measure. I will call it, okay, total orders, which is to do a distinct count. Look at that. The function called distinct count, they count distinct. Distinct means unique. Duplicated values are counted only once. So I count the sales order. Sales order column comes from the sales order table. Sales order, this one. The sales order column from the sales order table, not from the sales table. You go over to the sales order table, look for the column sales order, you do a distinct count. Enter. This one, let me copy for you guys. It's short, but it's something that is worth focusing. And because it's a count, I will put a 1,000 separator. A 1,000 separator, a comma. You know what? Let me place it onto the report and let us check this out. Where's my total orders? When I check this, this is the number. Look at that. For the entire financial year 2018, right, it is 3,198 orders. So grand total for all 3 financial year period, financial year 2018, 2019, 2020, grand total is only 31,455 orders. Can you see that? Grand total rows in both sales and sales order, 121,000 plus rows. But number of orders total is only 31,000 over orders. Because one order can have multiple order lines. So every row in the sales, it's an individual order item. Many of them can come from one same order. So we use distinct count to count unique. This is the correct answer. If we use count, right, what will happen? They will show you the total. Okay, look at this. If I select the total orders, I change distinct count to count. Look at the answer. You see that? Sorry. Okay. Yes. 121253. This is exactly the total number of rows in your sales. This is not number of orders, this order line items. So distinct count is different. Distinct count will give you 31,455. There you go. That. So this is actually what distinct count will be all about, right? I think it's good enough for us to add one particular measure. We don't need to add two. If you want to add the second one, means you want to also show total line item, total order item. Okay. So you want total order item. So which means, let me go back to my model view, data view. Let's create a last new measure. We will call it total items, which is a real count. But do you know that I've got another function called count rows? Count rows really count all the rows in the entire table. So I just count the rows from my sales table. It can be sales table, it can be sales order, up to you. I just say count rows sales. Count rows means I count every row. Doesn't care how many rows you have there. And I pass in the entire table name. Just the table name will do. You count row sales or you count row sales orders, they're the same. So now I also put a 1,000 separator. Count row sales. Let me copy and paste this. Okay, count row sales. Now then I can use it on my matrix there. Total items. See? So this is year revenue there. I've got a maximum price there. I've got the total orders and the total items. Items really there, 121,253. It's full to the brim because my font size is too big. Maybe I lower down the font size to 14 points. Or even maybe 15 points is good enough. Okay. So maybe I can make use of this because there are some buttons here which are hiding the column header. So you can see, for example, the first month, July 2017, total orders, 327 orders. Inside these 327 orders, right, the number of items total is 641. Okay. And the second month, August, is 234 number of orders. And inside all the total orders, there are 944 items. So that's the answer for my full matrix here. Why the total orders get very big even following your syntax? The total orders get very big. What do you mean by get very big? I don't understand. Get very big. Big as in what? Font size big? Or you mean the value is very large or what? Your total orders is distinct count, right? Total orders. This one. Distinct count, sales order table, sales order. Your value is 343,000. You create a column or a measure. It's a measure, right? You created a column or a measure. That's the whole idea right now. I'm afraid you created a column and then drag and drop the column without realizing. It must be a calculator icon, you know. The icon must be a calculator. It's a measure. I did not create columns already. So don't populate columns and then when you drag and drop the column, they sum up again. So they will roll up the value. Okay, must be a measure, not a column. Check your total orders. The icon is a calculator. I'm just afraid that you have created wrongly. You click total, you click new column and not new measure. Okay, calculator. From here on, we're going to use measures a lot. All right. So now, do you realize, okay, still remember before lunch, right? In the sales table, we have created a calculated column called C revenue. Okay, there you go. See, confirm, right? You created a column, right? I could have guessed it because it doesn't report that figure. When I look at the figure, I can guess already. You created a column, right? And the calculation is on every row. Then all the value you further auto sum when you use the column. So it rolls up even larger, the value. Okay. So yeah. So make sure, okay, that you always take note of what item you create. So now back to my topic here, C revenue. C revenue is a calculated column which takes every row, there's a value, right? Because it's a column. It will take the sales amount minus the product cost. Okay. But you see, if you think correctly, the sales amount minus the cost, that's actually profit, right? So instead of using the column and every row I calculate, the granularity is very low level detail. Every row I take sales amount minus the total product cost. I rather use a measure to do it. I already have the revenue measure. I already have the cost measure. So why not I create a measure which is called profit? Profit, as you know, you could have guessed it, is taking revenue minus the cost. So please delete C revenue. Right click the last column, C revenue. Delete. Are you sure you delete? Yes. Delete. So the column C revenue already deleted. But instead, okay, we are going to look at the profit. Can you see that their profit already there? We don't need to create. I realize that they have already got profit. You see, they're already taking revenue minus cost. Okay. And most importantly, yep, the decimal places will be two decimal places. Okay. Profit is already there. So if you want profit, right, you can start, okay, modifying that. Okay, so now in the report view, this is full already. So let's go and add another new page. Add a new page called M03. In M03, right, create the same matrix. Okay, create the same matrix. Maybe fill up here first. Now you're going to add again the same order dates, fiscal, throw away date, throw away quarter, only year and month. Let me change the font size first to 14 points or maybe 15 points. Okay, you can see from here. Then now I'm going to add again revenue, cost, and then profit. All right, there you go. So seriously speaking, you take this figure, okay? You take this figure, you minus this figure, and you get this figure equal to revenue minus cost equals to that profit. And you can see when you drill down to every month's revenue minus every month's cost, you get the profit as well. It's exactly the figure. So in the financial year 2018, right, the last month, June for financial 2018, that's the only month making a loss, right? Revenue is only 1.5 million, but cost is almost 1.9 million. So we lost 400 over $1,000. The rest are positive. You see, this is negative in bracket. Okay. Bit that we've added here. They already calculated for us. There's a profit already. Okay. Since we got profit, I want you to calculate profit margin. What is profit margin? Profit margin usually will show percentage, right? So profit margin, right? Because we got profit already. So how do we calculate the profit margin? Profit margin is actually taking the profit value. You need to divide by your revenue, right? So that's the percentage. That means it shows how much percent of your profit, right, over your revenue. Okay, that's profit margin. So let me show you. What if I'm lazy to write the formula? What is the fastest way to create a measure? You should know by now, it's going to be called the quick measure. I show you, okay? I click quick measure, the one button with the lightning flash. You see, quick measure, they will show you this dialog. All right. So you get to pick what type of calculation. Now look at the choices available. You can calculate average per category, variance, min, max, and all that. There's a filtration. Got time intelligence like year to date, quarter to date, month to date, year over year change. You see, YOY change, QOQ change, MOM change, rolling average. And then you got running total, and you got simple mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all that. So you know what? I want to choose division because I want to divide. Division. So when you choose division, they ask you for numerator, provide numerator, and provide denominator. So then now I can expand sales. I can just drag my profit into numerator, and I drag revenue into the denominator. You drag and drop. Profit drag to numerator, revenue drag to denominator. This means profit divide by revenue. I don't need to write formula. Just use quick measure. Okay, quick measure. Click quick measure. Calculation, you choose division. That means you want to divide. Drag profit to numerator. Drag revenue to denominator. And you click OK. When you click OK, what happens is, can you see that they created a new measure? Look at the name. The name of the measure is this. Profit divided by revenue. And you really use divide function, profit first, comma, revenue second. So it's up to you to now change the name to profit margin. Just change the name only. The function generated is using divide function. Divide profit over revenue. So once you got profit margin, please choose the button percent. Click percent button. You want to display that as percentage. Click percent button. Because if you don't format as percentage, they are showing in decimal. All right, cool. So this is one final one. Okay. Now we got profit. Let's add profit margin over. And now you can see the percentage. So for year 2018, right, the 3 million profit is actually only 12.72%. Okay, 12.72%. And you can see the June, last month of the year 2018, we lost 400K, right? That is actually a negative, 27.51% loss. When you take the profit, you divide by the revenue. That's how much percent it is from your revenue. Okay. So overall, all 3 years period, our grand total, our profit, 12.5 million. It's actually 11.43%. Okay. Quite a good margin for over the 3-year period. All right. So we got this straight. Okay. It's done here. Now we need to now learn further, deeper into DAX. We come to the portion right now to show you the actual DAX that I usually teach people on how do I escape from creating a column but immediately create a measure. Now you see right now we have been provided with a sales amount column. Okay, the sales amount column is provided naturally from our database. So when we create the measure revenue, it's very simple, just to sum up the entire sales amount column. All right. Now guys, I want you now to imagine this. Now, don't delete sales amount. I'm not asking you to delete. Don't touch anything there. But I want you to imagine, what if sales amount column, we don't have it? Okay, what if we don't even have sales amount? You see, in real world situation, right, is not every day is a holiday. That means when you connect to a data source, right, your data source already included all the columns that you need. Can you just imagine, right, that your sales table only contains unit price and quantity, and you got no sales amount? So to get sales amount is just to multiply the unit price with the quantity, because the price per unit. So you multiply with quantity, you get the total sales for that transaction, right? Can you imagine that? Okay. So, but I'm not asking you to create the column. So let me repeat again. Just imagine we don't have sales amount column. So I want you now to think, can I build one measure that can calculate for me the total sales without having the sales amount? So which means before I sum, I have to multiply quantity with unit price. Let me demonstrate something here, guys. And for this, I want to add another page. Let's add a new page, M04 now. M04, a new page. And this time, I want to add a table, not a matrix, a normal table, just a table. Table means only column, 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 okay? Table. All right, and I want to add the month column. So showing all the month, look at that. That is not a pivot. It's only a standard table. To 15 points. There you go. So every month, July, August, September, October, November, December, and continue, right? So now I add the revenue measure, revenue. That's the revenue. Okay, cool. Now listen again. We already have the revenue measure. And you know very well the revenue measure is just a simple sum function of the sales amount. Again, I've repeated this for the second or third time. Imagine if we don't have the sales amount, then how would the revenue sum? Sum what? So you'll be thinking like this. Let me demonstrate something before you do anything. You'll be thinking, okay, I create a new measure. Maybe let's call it total sales. You think I say sum, okay? Can you imagine again, no sales amount, So I got no column to total, but I think I can do order quantity, sum, but inside that I put order quantity, multiply with unit. Oops, look at this. You thought that you can run a red light, okay? You want to run a red light or you want to take a shortcut. You want to fool Power BI into multiplying quantity with unit price first, then total, sum it. But look at the signature. Look at this. The sum function only sums one column name. But you are trying to bluff the guy. You're trying to take a column. You want to further multiply with another column. But always take note. Look at the signature. Look at this. They can only take one column. You are trying to put in a complete mathematical expression. It won't work. That's the reason why you see as I type the word unit, they already squiggle. Can you see the underline here? It's not called underline. It's a curly underline. It's called a squiggle. Okay? A squiggle. Okay, it is spelled as S-Q-U-I-G-G-L-E. It's called a squiggle. There's a red squiggle there already. Okay? Oh, it's not working. Now, this is where, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to the real function only in DAX. Not available in Excel. Excel, you got the same sum, average, min, max, count, right? So here's sum, you have sum X. That means average function, you do also have the average X. Min function, you have the min X, see? Max is max X. I always like to pronounce max X. It sounded so cool with a double X there. Max X. Count function, you got to count X. Right? Count A, the normal standard count A in Excel, you got count AX. So all these X function, what does it mean? Let me look at sum X. Sum X now takes in two parameters, a table name, and then now finally they can take an expression. They are not just taking one column. So this means I can survive without having sales amount, I can totally ignore sales amount. Now I want to sum X. First of all, what is the table name you want to sum? So I want to sum sales table. Pass in the table name sales, comma. Next argument is the final expression that you want to calculate. This is where I can type now. Okay, the quantity column. Okay, the order quantity column. Furthermore, now I can multiply. Now when I type unit, now they can take it unit price. And I can close. So look at this. This is interpreted as I want to sum the whole sales table, but before that, multiply first every row quantity with the unit price. Then only I sum it up. That is how you read this formula. Let me repeat. You are going to sum up the whole sales table, but before you sum up, what is the value to sum? You calculate first order quantity multiply unit price, then you sum. This is one main measure. You can get the same effect, same result, but without having the sales amount column. You can now survive without the sales amount column. This is super powerful. You don't believe it? Let me show you. But before that, let me copy and paste this into the meeting chat. So I just measure 2 decimal places for the currency, 2 decimal places. Let me prove to you it's the same result. I use the total sales next door to revenue. Check this out, guys. Same answer, no difference. Same answer. Look at the grand total. Okay, grand total, huh? The grand total, some of them, okay, might be slightly different. Okay, now there is a discrepancy here. There is a discrepancy, definitely. You can't say that it's all the same. Not all the same. For example, the June 2018, look at that. Different. May, slightly different. Look at that. Now, why is it that way? You see, the thing is that we do have a sales amount. You cannot compare apple to apple here. The sales amount column already calculated. Okay? It's already a value. I don't know what value they use. The value in the sales amount might not be taking order quantity multiplied unit price. But if we naturally take order quantity multiplied unit price, the value will have a slight deviation from the actual sales amount. Okay? The column sales amount, maybe they have got a net price somewhere, they multiply with the quantity. We don't know. Okay? So there is a slight discrepancy between the revenue with the sales, the total sales. All right? So I believe the revenue here, right? I believe they also, I think I know why. I believe, right, okay, they do have some discounts. They do have a net price. But as far as I can remember, let me go to the sales table. I check it out. You see, they do have a unit price discount percentage, you know. Some are zero. That is why some revenue, they don't have a difference. But for some products which they have been given applied a certain percent of discounts, so they multiply the discounts as well. You see? So that's the reason why, right? Okay, we do have a discrepancy. And you can see our total sales, right, is much higher than theirs. Look at this revenue here. You see? Ours is 1.6 something, but their revenue is only 1.4. Why? Because they have already minus of a certain percentage of discounts. Now I remember. So since we got a unit price discount, that means I have to include this to make our total sales the same like the revenue. We need to also apply a discount there. That means inside here, we don't simply take order quantity, multiply the unit price. This unit price must need to further multiply with what? In bracket again. Inside the bracket, we need to take 1 minus the unit price discount PCT. Look at that. 1 is 100 because the unit price discount PCT, the percent is a decimal. They are shown in percentage, but the natural number is a decimal. So 1 minus the decimal. Okay. Then you multiply with unit price and quantity. This is the actual formula. So let me delete off just now the message. Okay. And I'm going to copy the updated ones. This is the updated one that takes into account, we minus off the discount already. Now, let me press enter here. And now watch this, guys. Finally, every value is the same. Look at June. 1487671.19. That is absolutely correct. None of them are now different. Just now we see some discrepancy. Look at the grand total, you should know lah. The grand total is now equal. Look at that. So that means my guess is correct. They don't simply take the unit price multiply with the quantity. They also take into account minus of certain discount percentage. Some products we give discounts. So the formula is this. Okay. So sometimes you have to really guess your way out of it. So if I would just simply sum up the quantity multiplied with the unit price, I get some discrepancies. I get a value that is way higher than the original revenue. So when we study the table, then only I realize, oh yeah, they do have a column that stores a discount percentage. Some figures are the same because those are whereby we don't give discounts. But there are transactions where we do have a certain amount of discounts. So we need to take into account the value of the discounts. So we minus it off. Okay. We minus it, minus the percentage from 1. So 1 minus the percentage. Take this further, multiply with quantity and unit price. So we can see all in one sum X. I don't even need to survive. I mean, I don't even need the sales amount. I can survive with the sales without the sales amount. All right. So certain unit price discount percentage is already there. Right? So remember, sum X is what we call an iterator function. The function that iterates every row to do it. Because you look at our mathematical expression, it needs to read every row, the quantity, multiply unit price, and also read the unit price discount percentage. They need to fetch that value every row, right? Then after the calculation, they can then sum them up. That's an iterator. So now, we already have the total sales, which is same like revenue, correct? All right. And you know what? I don't want to use the revenue here. Let me throw away the revenue. I only want to use my newly minted measure, total sales, that uses my sum X. Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to give you guys an assignment. Simple task, not an assignment, just a task. Hundreds of people here, no problem. I want you guys to think of this. You know we've got the unit price discount percentage. Can you now calculate for me the total discounts given out for every month? That means you need to create a measure, right? The measure name is called discount. I want you to show me the monetary value of the discount, not the percentage. We got the percentage. I want you to show me how much discount has been given every month. Total discount given. Do it now. Think. How I create a new measure is called discount equal to. Now, what is the formula? How can you calculate, right, okay, the discount value? When I say value, it's money, not percent. You already have the percent here. Unit price discount PCT. This is unit price discount. So calculate for me, right, the total. You will begin with, again, sum X. Okay? Sum X. Do it now. 2 minutes. Now I've got a reference, okay, answer to show you. Hang on. I'll give you the answer, reference answer. Take this screenshot for you. Look at the screenshot. That's the answer, supposedly. Now, I may not be able to guarantee that I'm going to be able to create this. Let us experiment. But that's the answer. Starting from 2017 July until 2018 June. They show you only for the first FY 2018. There are 3 months without discounts. October, December, and March. $0. Use that as a reference. Your calculation result must match that table. The table, they still use revenue, okay? But I am not using revenue. I created my total sales. Okay, someone asked there, sum X sales or quantity multiplied by unit price minus sum X sales. Ooh, order quantity multiplied by unit price, PCT. That one is a workable formula. Yes, we are taking the normal unit price without the discount. You minus after discounted, right? and the remainder is the total amount of discounts. Yes, it works, but isn't that too long? Is there a shorter way? I can tell you, if you do that, right, can you compare your answer? Maybe your answer is correct, Okay. Logically speaking, that's a correct logic, but that is a longer way logic. So think how to shorten it. Not getting same amount. Sum X sales order quantity, multiple unit price, multiple sales unit price discount. Not getting the same amount, huh? Okay, I think the logic here, right, okay, might not be the same. So let me work out, okay? Let me try to think this way. Since I got the percent discount, right, of the unit price, okay? Now, I will sum X the sales table, all right? Let me type here, sales table. Sales table, comma. So if based on our understanding, we still have to multiply the order quantity, right? With, I take in bracket again, unit price here, multiply with the unit price discount percentage. I don't take 1 minus because the percentage is the discount value. So I multiply by the unit price. Then only I multiply with the quantity. Now let's see whether this works or not. I'm still guessing my way out. Right? 2 decimal places. And let me use it in my report. Discount. No. It's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. So let's see now. Another answer there. So you take order quantity, multiply the unit price, whereby unit price multiply 100% discount PCT. Yeah, my formula same as yours, correct. So that's why it doesn't work. All right. So what about the formula of sales order quantity multiplied by unit price, whereby you take the unit price multiply 100%? Correct. Now, it seems like July 2017, 0% discount because you are evaluating, okay, the percentage there. Now, actually, from what I can guess my way here, all right, let's see here. This unit price discount. I got unit price here. So let's see, order quantity. I got 0, but is it all 2017 has a 0 discount? Because order quantity, according to July 2017, right, there are $300,000 discount. Now, the way on how they multiply the discount here, right, which is given, right, I believe they're not using this unit price discount percentage, I believe they're not. The figure in the table, right, I believe they do a different way. They're using a different manner. Okay, let me guess my way out. In the product table, if I go to product table, right, every product has a list price. They're not using that column percentage. Let me see here. There's a list price. Now, every product has a list price, which means this is the RRP, something like RRP, recommended retail price. Now, in the sales table, okay, I don't know which product is which because they've got product key here. They have a unit price here. So the unit price here can be the same price as the original list price, or the unit price here is slightly lower from the list price. Okay. So I think their way of calculating discount is they go to the product list price, look at the product's list price, because got relationship, right? They minus off the unit price from here. Okay. That's the value considered discount, then multiply by order quantity. Let me guess. Okay, let me check this. In my sales table, I go to my discount again. Okay, let me erase this. So they sum X sales, yep. order quantity multiplied with, in bracket, inside the bracket, we do the thing in bracket first. We need to go over to the product table. So I type there the list price. I type list. See, the moment you type a column name that does not show the IntelliSense, that means no point continue. Don't be stubborn and continue typing, because anything that is not suggested means something wrong. You can see there's a red squiggle. Now, what's wrong here? Why can't we see list price? Now, I'm going to take 2 minutes here to explain something. In DAX, in the world of DAX, you need to understand the knowledge about something called context. Okay? I'm going to use the blank space at the top here, right, to do some writing. Okay? Now, there are 3 types of context. Number 1 is called an evaluation context. Number 2 is something called the filter context. And finally, the row context. 3 contexts. Now, the first evaluation context is actually made up of both filter context and a row context. Okay? So that means the study of context are only number 2 and number 3. Number 1, right, is automatically understood. If you apply certain filter, you establish a context which you filter with the predicate or the condition. What criteria you want to filter? That is when they build a new filtering context. And then any row that matches the filter condition, whether they match it, then they are included in the context. If they don't satisfy the condition, they are excluded from the context. Every row in the table has their own context. That is how the record pointer moves from one record to the next record. If we are using an iterator, we are now using iterator because it's some X. So the iterator, right, is actually referring to the record pointer. Start from first row, iterate next row, move next, move next, move next, until the end. So they are transiting from one row context to the next row context. Now, I know I might be sounding like an alien already. I'm talking jargons here. I know some of you guys say what? What are you talking about here? Let me try to rephrase in a more layman term now. If you don't understand the word context, then you might be able to understand the word scope. One context, it can also be said is a scope. All right? You know what's a scope, right? A scope is like a field, like a container where you want to work with. If you still don't understand this, let me give you another example. Let's talk about searching. See, listen carefully. If I, human to human, I say, okay, let me quote, let's say the last person there, Danny, who asked, who said the question here. Okay, let's say, I say, Danny, can you help find me a marker pen? I'm asking you to look for me a marker pen. But you might be, look for you a marker pen. Okay. So Danny will be running around the world searching for a marker pen. You know why? Because I asked him to find me something, but I never mentioned the scope of search. I just say, find me marker pen. So wide. He's going to run around the world. So, but if I were to ask Danny, please help me find a marker pen in this room. You see, I mentioned the scope. So his field of searching is much more smaller. He knows the boundary. So he's going to run around only within the room, and he can quickly find me a marker pen. You get it? So when you deal with formulas, when you write formulas, when you do filter, when you do calculation, you need to define the scope of calculation. You cannot simply calculate the whole world, right? Are you calculating the whole table? You see, even if I say sum x fails, I mentioned sales already, the table name. That means that's the scope, the default scope of calculation. That's the default evaluation context. Evaluation means I evaluate, I assess, I want to calculate something. Okay? So, but in an evaluation context, they also need to see where are the rows or are there any filter. That's why I say filter context and row context combine to create the evaluation context. Okay? So you see, I have explained quite a lot here in the hope that you understand why do we need to read and understand context. So let's get back to our formula now. The reason why I cannot find list price is, I told you list price come from a product table. For God's sake, now I am doing calculation. What scope? I already mentioned some X sales. So when they see sales, right, they already have in their head, in their brain, okay, I am, I'm putting a flag. I'm establishing a scope in sales. I'm only looking at sales. So when you type a column name that is called list price, nope, I don't see this guy. It's not me. It's not from sales. You get it? So there are context transition in question here. Context transition is another jargon. Context transition means, the word transition means you move away. You jump to another place. So we need to transit from the sales over to the product. How do you? Now the question is, how do you tell Power BI, hello, can you now leave sales, temporarily go over to the product, then return? The answer is yes. Watch this. You know now your scope, your context is in sales. In order for you to jump over to the product table, the function is called related. Because why? The only way to tell Power BI, from sales, go over to the product, please follow the relationship line. The only way that they can transit to one table to another table, because there is a relationship. If you don't have a relationship between the two tables, I'm so sorry, you cannot use related. Related is a function that will take the scope of the relationship, and they know how to apply any filter according to the relationship. Okay? So now I say related. Now I can type list price. Beautiful. I can finally see there. Product list price. So in the related function, go already to the list price. I fetch the list price. I minus. Now back to unit price. Unit price, I don't need related because I'm here. I'm in sales. So when I type unit price, I can see. Only list price, I must use related. See? So now I choose unit price. So this close and close one more. So I go over related list price minus off with my sales unit price. Take this one, multiply order quantity. Now let me enter and let me see whether the answer correct or not. See? Yes, sir. Exactly what I've guessed it correctly. Exactly the same as my screenshot. Exactly. Down to the point. You see, sometimes I got too many things in my head. I may not be able to remember how they fetch this, but suddenly I think, oh yeah, they might not be using the percentage column. Their way of discounting, right, is thinking, okay, the selling price, which is unit price, may not be the same as the recommended retail price, which is the list price. My salesperson can sometimes sell lower, slightly lower than the original list price. So we take the list price, we minus the unit price. That figure we multiply with quantity considered as discount. So this is the answer. All right. So I'm so sorry. I misled you guys. I got to apologize. I misled you guys into thinking of using this stupid column. Unit price discount PCT. It's wrong. The way on how they want to calculate the discount, right, is by looking into related list price, minusing off. Okay, and copy and paste here. All right, sorry, I failed in even giving you a task. I didn't I didn't remember correctly the discount. So do you guys understand now why I use related? Okay. I've explained the maximum that I can explain already. I've gone into even a very layman, a very low level explanation, an example, just to hope that you guys all can understand. Because a lot of people will need to think that DAX is just calculation only, but it is not the same with Excel. You need to play around and understand context. Okay, contexts are very important. The scope is just as important as I asked Danny to help find me a marker pen. Okay, I ask you to find me something without telling you a scope. You'll be running the whole world to find for me. Okay, but if I tell you properly the scope of search, then you'll be able to find it for me. Okay, similarly to calculation. All right, because it's really important, right, in the world of DAX for you to understand context first before you can even craft your formula. A lot of people think that they can just simply dive right into DAX and learn the formula, but without understanding context, it's really hard for you to master it. Okay. But sad to say, this is only a one-day training. I got no time to dive straight into so much of the context. Okay. As I said, that my full course is 5 days. In 5 days, I really torture you guys with the full mastering, understanding of context, how you switch, how you change the figure, how do you apply filters. The filter context is another problem, another challenge. When do you apply filter? When do you ignore the filter? When do you apply a new filter? Some filter can override the other filter. Some filter don't override. So there are many, many situations. Okay. All right. Good. Excellent. Now, since you already know, okay, this context. Now, I give you another task. Now, this time I will tell you. Okay. Now, this time is really using the same formula just now, the unit price discount PCT. This column is in use now. I want you to calculate the revenue average. Okay. You know that, hey, average revenue, we already got revenue. Where's the revenue measure? There, revenue. We already got revenue, just AVG only, average. Nope. I don't want you to average this revenue. I want you to use the same formula that you know of using sum X here. You see how I calculated total sales, right? Sum X, this formula. Now I want you to calculate average sales. Create a new measure called average sales. Just now was total sales. Now I call it average sales. I can give you a hint. The formula inside, right, is exactly the same like the total sales, right? But this time is average. So work out what's the function to use. And the answer, okay, will look something like this. I again give you another screenshot of my expected answer. Okay. Don't worry about the column name, yeah? The column name is called revenue AVG, but I'm just now thinking of a new name called average sales. Just call it average sales. Because if the name is called revenue AVG, people will think that you're using revenue measure. No, I don't want to use the revenue measure. Okay. It's exactly the same syntax like your total sales. The difference is sum X just now. Now it's average X. So yes, average X. They also expect the table name, sales first. Then the expression will be, again, similarly, taking the order quantity, multiply with the unit price, and further multiply with, then in bracket, you 1 minus the unit price percentage. That's it. Okay, which is exactly the same. So now I can put in 2 decimal places, and then you use the average sales in the matrix, in the table, and you can see that's the exact answer provided in the screenshot. Exactly matching. Okay. So I should actually go and just show until June. Exactly this. All right, that's great. Now, this is average sales. Every month, right, you see the figure. For example, July 2017 is $2,220.53. August is $2,179.98. Okay, fine. That's averaging all the sales based on the total sales for that particular month. All right. And the grand total figure for all 3-year period, it's $905.62. This average X, right, is averaging the entire sales table, you know. That means what? That means they take this figure 109,809,274.20. They divide it by the total number of rows. To get it straight now, what I'll do, I'll launch calculator. Let's calculate for sure. 109,809,274.20. We divide by the total number of rows, 121,253. Enter. Exactly the same. Look at that. That's correct. Just use the grand total and you will know it's correct. So that means the average, okay, they divide by the total number of rows in your sales, which is 121,253. Now, I give you next task here. What if I want to now average by sales order? Remember average sales order, average by the order. Remember the earlier page? Number of orders. Remember total orders, this one? This figure. 31,455 is the total number of orders. I want you to work out a formula where you divide that total sales, not by dividing 121,000, but divide over 31,455 by the number of orders. If you can possibly think of the shortest formula, you use that. I want to see how many of you guys can get this. Create a new measure. Okay, new measure. This new measure, call it, okay, I follow. Revenue, or we call it, revenue AVG order. Revenue AVG order. 2 minutes. I can assure you, okay, this is going to be short. And remember, guys, this time I want you to make use of the revenue measure. You don't need to use your total sales. Okay, revenue or total sales, you know that, right? The total sales, you use sum X to calculate. The revenue, they sum the sales amount, is the same thing. Either one, it's okay, right? But I want you to work out how you can average it. So we average X also. Okay, how do you get that? It's by sales order, you know. So you guys found a way to divide the revenue by the total orders. Okay, that's very smart way, guys. You have created many measures. You just take the measure and divide by that. Yes, absolutely correct. Okay, let's try this. Divide. Use the measure of either revenue, no problem. Sorry, you can use revenue, or we already got total sales, right? Also can, but you divide by total orders. What am I wrong? Total orders. Okay, enter. And then 2 decimal places. And you know what? Let me just add it over to the table. Average revenue AVG orders. Look at that. Yes, the answer is correct. Absolutely. That's a smart way. Very good. But you know what, guys? I don't want smart way now. I now want to give you a restriction. I want you to use average X. I don't want you to divide. This is a smart way. In real world, I don't blame you doing this. As long as you find an efficient way, yeah, you go ahead. Yes. But you're learning DAX now. I want to force you, okay, and give you restriction and tell you what I want. I want you to use average X because we are learning iterators. All the X function, sum X, average X, all the iterators. Master this. How do you use average X to calculate the same figure? I don't want divide. Like I said, this is a smart way. Brilliant. Okay, I should clap my hands. Yes, you're right. But no. In training, I want you to use average X. How? How do you average the revenue, right, by the sales order? Let me show you. So some people say, okay, average X the table. So I put average X sales order lah. Since you want me to average by the sales order, not the sales, so I just say average X sales order, and then I use the revenue. The revenue measure I can pass in, right? Yeah. But you know what? When I press enter, right, you'll be surprised. It's the same figure. You know why? I told you, sales table 121,253 rows. Sales order table has the equal amount of rows. So you cannot just pass in the sales order table like this. So you need to now narrow down the scope of the averaging, not by the entire table, because you pass in the entire table, the number of rows for the table is the same as the sales, right? So you need to mention the number of orders. You have to calculate, right, the number of orders first. So then you have to narrow down to the scope of the column. So people say, maybe I say related table. Using related table, right, go to sales order table and what? Because from sales to sales order, again, let me check my model view. In the model view, sales to sales table, can you see it's a one-to-one relationship? First time ever you can see this, right? It's a one-to-one. One-to-one. You see the line, the arrow is a double arrow. That means you can cross filter each other. The rest are one-to-many, one-to-many. This is one-to-one. Because the same number of rows, right? 121,000, 121,000, so it's one-to-one. So that is why one-to-one here, right? You cannot use what related or related table. So the answer, ladies and gentlemen, values. The function I'm going to introduce you is values function. The values function, read the description. When a column name is given, you see, values take in either table name or column name. It returns a single column table of unique values from that table. So now I will pass in the sales order column from the sales order table. So I average X based on the values from the sales order. Remember the sales order column? The sales order column contains the SO number, right? The sales order number, but those are duplicate values. That is why earlier I show you distinct count that column, because they are duplicated. When I distinct count, I count unique one time. Now, if I want to also access the unique values only from the column, I want to read only, I use values. Values function allow me to read the unique values from the entire column. And when I average the revenue, I average according to the unique values of the sales order. Okay. When I run this, check this out. Okay. It's correct. Oh, what happened to my 2 decimal places? There you go. See? It's exactly the same thing. I know you guys are smart, okay, to take the total sales or the revenue, right? You divide by the total orders. Yes. But if you use average X, this is how you learn in your brain. How do you read the how do you think about the context? I can use average X also, but I average X according to the values, the unique values provided by the sales order, and that's how I average my revenue. Okay, and it's the same number you get, same answer you get. Okay, which I've shown you earlier. Okay. So this is the answer. If I force you to write average X and I don't allow you to use divide. So let me copy and paste this. Okay, next, what else are we having for next? Now, it's time for us to understand filter context already. Okay, let's go and understand filter context. Because so far, we did not perform any filtration. Because when we move slightly ahead of DAX, it's also the most critical thing. Remember when I was explaining about the context? I was talking about evaluation context that was made up of filter context as well as row context. And I mentioned the criticality of understanding filter context. Because most of the time when we perform formulas calculations, we don't just want to calculate all, but there are requirements, right, that our calculation, they must be made, okay, that is according to a filtered subset of rows that should actually meet a certain criteria. Right? This is actually a bit normal here. Okay. So what we're going to look at here in order for you to understand filter. Every filter expression returns Boolean. Okay. Why return Boolean? Boolean means true or false. Because the filter expression, it means the filter condition. Sometimes when you read somewhere else, people call it the filter predicate. Okay. So let me jot this down also. Okay. So it can be called filter expression. It can be called condition, or it can be called a predicate. Whether it's expression or condition or predicate, it means the same thing, right? But the expression is the word that is used extensively in DAX. That means they are waiting for you to write the expression that defines the criteria of filtering. For example, I want to sum X, okay, the sales table. That is summing the whole sales table. Now you can actually perform a sum X equivalent to sum if in Excel. Sum if the condition is true. That is a conditional sum, right? So when you say conditional sum means you want to sum something that is filtered according to the true evaluation, the true condition, right? So in this case, right, you need to embed a filter into your sum X. Then only they can apply the summing. That means you don't want to sum the whole table, but I only sum the rows which satisfy the expression, the filter. Okay? Now, let's understand that the expression, the filter expression must always return either true or false. It must be Boolean. True means yes, the row match the condition, so I include. If the row did not satisfy the condition, it's false, then you ignore that row and you continue. So you're trying to gather all the rows that matches the filter, and then your calculation perform on those rows which are true. Those rows which are false are completely excluded. You can understand, right? Okay. So let us now go over to add another new page, M06. Sorry, M05. M05. A new page. Now, what I want you to do now is to add a new table. Okay, add a table here first. Not a matrix, but again, a normal table. Normal table. And this table, I want you to start adding the country region. Now, let's try to report this from a different table now. Reseller. From my resellers table, right, I got country region column. These are country region. Let me change my font again. So I've got all these countries. There are country region that says not applicable. But I've got 6 countries here: Australia, Canada, France, Germany, UK, and US. And let's add the sales table, the revenue measure. This is the answer. So you see now the revenue, which is $109 million, broken down by all these country regions. All right. And you can see the not applicable, right, has the second highest, 29 million, which they did not mention what country is that, not applicable. This is the correct answer. So currently, this is the revenue sliced by the country region. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you the basic of filtering. I can actually start creating a measure, right, whereby the measure, it says revenue United States. That means that the value calculated in the measure is only to filter the value of only United States and nothing else. Okay? Now, when we talk about filter, the fastest way and the most efficient way, so again, boys and girls, I'm going to introduce you to calculate. The function that I've mentioned earlier, calculate, the most versatile function, right? I always call it the great grandfather of all functions in DAX. Okay? This is the most powerful one. The name of the function is called calculate, meaning to say it can calculate anything and you can apply a specific filter. You can ignore other filters. You can override other filters. Okay? So let me show you something here. You guys can follow me right now. It's not a task. You can follow me. Let's create a new measure now. I want to call the measure, right? US revenue. Just call it US revenue. So from the name of the measure, you know it's going to show the figure of only US. So how do I do that? Calculate function. There. Calculate takes in one parameter, which is the expression that you want to calculate. And then the second onwards expression, the parameter will be the filter. See, they mentioned filter 1. It can be filter 2, filter 3, continue, multiple filters, no problem. So the expression I want to calculate will be the revenue. I use the revenue measure. That's the revenue I want to calculate. But you might be thinking, huh? Revenue want to calculate? But revenue is already the measure, already calculated, right? The revenue measure is already a calculation. Why you want to calculate again the measure? So if you have this thinking in your head and you want me to clarify, let me clarify for you. That's actually the whole purpose of calculate, you know. Calculate allows you to calculate again the same measure, revenue, right? Provided, comma, I want to apply a new filter. That's the reason why I want to recalculate the revenue. I'm trying to calculate again the revenue, this time with a new scope, a new filter context. Now, this is where I will say the country region, country dash region. Is that country dash region? There you go. From a reseller table, country dash region column. You see? Reseller table, country dash region. All right. Equals to the word United States. That's it. I just created my filter expression. The expression says country region from the reseller table equals to United States. Whenever I show this, right, I got many questions thrown to me already. The first most popular question people start asking, hey, excuse me, Gerald, how come this time you don't use related function? I'm sure some of you guys got this question already. You wanted to ask me. But before you ask me, let me tell you. Just now you say you must use related so you can jump the context and blah, 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 right? But now how come you don't need, related? And it seems like I can go anywhere I want. Okay, let me demonstrate this again. Let me show again, guys. When I type there, let's say list price. Can you see? I can see product, I can see sales, see, I can see reseller. It seems that I can jump to any table that I wanted, man. I'm like Star Trek, you know. I can beam myself here to this planet. I can beam myself to another planet as I like. Okay? The answer is very simple. I already told you. Calculate, again, is the most powerful function ever in DAX. So powerful is that the filter expression, the second argument here, you can actually use a way, you don't need to use what related and all that. You are allowed to key in any column name that comes from any table without having to worry about related or not related. Why is that so? Because the second argument here, the filter, You must understand that they are going to create a brand new filter context. They don't care what context. Compared to some X, which is an iterator, they need to mention the table name. That's why they planted already the scope. They planted the context. When they say sales, okay, I remember I'm in sales. If you want to jump over to a different table, you must do context transition. But calculate, I never say any table. I never. I just mentioned the expression I want to calculate. Revenue is the expression I want to calculate. I did not plan any scope. I did not specify anywhere. So which means my filter here, it's up to me what I want. I can mention the color column, which is from product table. Okay. I can mention the gender column, no gender. I can mention the date of birth. See, from the customer table, anywhere I like. That's the reason why I mentioned that calculate is so powerful. The word powerful is not just by word only, not by name. There is a meaning. So now I can say country dash region from reseller table equals to the value United States. And I can press enter. Okay. And you know what? Let me format 2 decimal places. Let me prove to you now. This table, you see it, right? Okay. This table, you see it? Let me also kind of, increase the font size again. Increase one more point, slightly larger. All right. Now watch this. What is the figure of United States? 53.6 million. Look at this. Where's my US revenue? Voila. All the same figure. Even though you feel that, why so weird? Why are they showing the same figure over and over and over again? Even for Germany, they still show the same figure. Yeah. Let me explain to you, why are they showing the same thing over and over again? You see, this is understood. This is correct because you mentioned yourself. You want to calculate the revenue, right, with this filter. You want to look for only the country region from the resale table, United States. So United States is 53.6 million. Yeah, I show everything. It's correct. That's the correct figure for United States. But why on the row of UK you still show that? Why on the row of Germany you still show that? Because on the row of Germany, the filter expression is country region equals Germany. But country region equals Germany is not here. What I mentioned here, right, is equal United States. Remember, I told you the new filter context will override any filter out there. This is the default behavior. When you mention the filter expression, this new filter will override all filter. So here in my table, I filter Australia, filter Canada, filter everything override. All show the same. US only. US only and nothing else. That's the default behavior. So it's correct. All right. So the output, right? Every row will be evaluated each time. So every row, country region equals Australia. No, it's false. I still override it with US value. Country region equals Canada. No, I disavow you. I reject you. My figure US override you. France also, sorry, I override. Everything override. Okay. You get my point? I'm moving to something even more exciting. Because of this, right, there will be a challenge to understand this. Because I know I train the full 5 days DAX, right? Every day is something new that my participants will learn. Every day they will not understand certain topics. And every day I need to recap again and again, because it needs time for you to digest all this. How about the filter from other visualization? Well, that's a very good question. If I have another visual, let's say I put another table. This time, this table, right? Maybe I copy this table over. Copy this table over. But I don't want to use country region. Maybe this time I go to product table, I slice by the category. Okay. Okay, now by category. Look at that. Ah, what will happen? So it's okay. You see, the thing is like this. When I have a visual here, okay? So now when I have a visual here, right? This is actually by country region. This country region is the slicer, is a filter here. And this country region, right, matches my filter expression. So they are going to override all this. But now in a different table, this is something now not country region, is category. So this is okay. They're still able to slice, but you see, it's US. US is 53.607. So, but now you filter by category, so they're still able to break it down, but only 53.6 million, 53.6 million, broken down further by the 4 categories. How much? So this is like the US sales further broken down by 4 categories. They are correct. Obviously, they're not going to show 53 million, 53 million, 53. No, this is correct, right? So the filter expression still look into your filter expression. My filter expression looks at this. This will override. If I got a visual that uses this, I'm sorry, I will override you. But this one doesn't use country region. They're using category. Okay. Okay. Venice asks, what's the purpose of doing so? Okay, when we can view all this. Now, this is just a basis for you to understand. Okay, this is just a basis for you to understand. Why do we need to show all this? All right. Now, you don't understand why do we want to calculate like this when we can see from here. Yes, I understand your particular question. Okay. Okay. Someone says thank you. Okay, you're welcome. Right. Now, if you want me to explain to you why do we want to come up like this, okay, and show so misleading question. You don't know what is the usage, right? Let me delete this one off first. Let me focus on this. You don't know. Yeah, because when I put my US revenue like this, it keep on repeating. It looks weird. It looks so useless. Who in the correct mind will put like this? I know you're right. Okay. Now, listen carefully. What's the use of creating a measure only to calculate US revenue? Obviously, in real world, I don't put it here. Now, can you imagine now if I don't have the measure to calculate US revenue? Okay. So what if now I want you to calculate for me? Okay. This UK sales 4.2 million. Okay. Compared to US sales 553.6 million. What is the percentage? How many percent is the UK sales compared to US? How many percent? You understand that? No. All right. So sometimes, right, okay, when you don't have a US sales like this, and you only have got one revenue. Okay, speaking of revenue, let's not talk about US sales. Okay, let me talk about this. You only got one revenue column. Revenue is supposed to give you only this figure. Am I right? This is supposed to be revenue. But because I sliced by the country region, they're able to break it down, 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 break it down. Okay? All right. Sometimes when you see this already, right? Now you'll be wondering, okay, how much is UK, this figure, what is the percent from grand total? Canada, what is the percent from grand total? That means grand total, this one is 100%, and the rest will be different percent, then total to 100%. How do you calculate the percentage? Guys, think carefully. Percentage is divide, right? So what do you divide? Don't tell me, oh, revenue divide by revenue lah. If you say revenue divide by revenue, right? It's like you telling me 1 divide by 1. I smack you, then you know. 1 divide by 1, you don't need to calculate that, okay? 1 divide by 1 is 1. There's nothing to divide there. So in DAX, right, how do you divide the revenue over the grand total? These are revenue, but because they're sliced, they're broken down. But actual fact, I only got one particular measure, which is revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you now. Okay? Let me show you now. I'm going to create a new measure. I will call this revenue percent. Watch this. So you know you're going to divide. Okay? You know you're going to divide. And you want to divide the revenue. The denominator is the tricky one. What? You divide by revenue again. Like I say, I smack you. No. You see, the numerator is the revenue that represents all this, even the grand total. Because you slice by the country, they are broken down. In order for you to divide this one, you need to obtain this one so that every time, right, okay, even though they are sliced, you need to override them so that it would not move. Right now, this revenue, if you slice by US, they move, they filter by US. UK, they filter by UK. Germany, they filter by Germany, right? I need to obtain a revenue that will never be filtered. So I need to override. Watch this, guys. Maybe I don't call it revenue percent. Let's call it revenue all. Okay. This is where I calculate the revenue again. So what's a filter? All. I use the all function. There's a function called all. Hey, what is this? Calculate. Okay. All function. All of what? All of the reseller. The entire reseller table. All reseller, because just now the table was by the reseller table. They're the country region from reseller table. So calculate revenue and I filter, I say all reseller. This is a filter expression that will override everything else out there. Watch this, guys, right now. Okay. Watch this first, huh? To show you revenue all. This is grand total. Yes, grand total. But can you see when even they are sliced by different country, they are not going to move. They are not moving. They're not going to move. No matter how you slice, I don't move. But watch this, guys. If I don't use country region, I use, let's say, category. Now they move. See, now they move. Exactly the same. If I don't use category, let's say I use the customer table. Let's say the city column. Yes, they move. They get filtered by every city. Because why? We are not using anything from the reseller table. I mentioned here all reseller only. So I only peg, I tie it, I fix it at a reseller. But when you filter for other table, other columns, it's okay. Now back to the reseller table. If now I slice by city, but from the reseller, they are still not going to move. Look at that. Because it's the same reseller table. They're not moving. I say all. Okay, all. That is why it will be fixed at everything. Now, understanding this all already, guys, now you can do this calculation. I'm going to call it revenue percent. I can now calculate percentage already, which is to divide the revenue. This revenue is the one that is filtered, the one moving. The denominator, I will calculate the revenue again using all reseller. See that? This is the denominator. I divide the revenue over the same revenue, but this time this revenue will not move. Forever grand total, forever showing grand total. And when I press enter here, I changed it to percentage. Okay. Now, let's say I don't use the city. I go back to country region. Same country region, right? Now, let me show you the revenue percentage. And ta-da, it works. So United States, 53 million divided by this all is 48.82%. UK, 4.2 million, again, divided by all, 3.9%. 1.9 million divided by all is 1.18%. Everything total up to 100%. You see that? Okay. Venice, can you now understand why sometimes we need to peg, we need to fix at a certain scope? Because we can use it later in a further calculation, mostly to calculate margins, percentages, or ratios. How much ratio from one to another? Okay, from one point to the bigger group, the larger group. Okay, if you got one slice of this, right? What is the percentage of this over the larger group? That is called ratio. You calculate ratios, you calculate percentages, you need this. That's the usage. If you place it over like that, you don't see the reason why we do that. Okay, but if you use it in a division like the calculate like this, then you can understand it. All right. But the problem is right now, I calculate all reseller. Okay, so Venice, you got it? Okay, great. That's good. Because I peg it at all reseller. So it only works for reseller. That's a problem with it. You look at what will happen if I now throw away the country region from the reseller. I replace it with a country region from customer. Also got country region. Problematic already. 100%, 100%, 100%. It won't work already. Because I only say all reseller. So the table must be the country region from reseller. But the moment I switch to customer table, they are not working anymore. You see? If I switch over to the product category, product table, again, not going to work anymore. How do I make it versatile? No matter what table, what column I slice with, they are still able to report the percentages. How do I make it versatile? Let me show you the trick. I know I need to recalculate the revenue and use all something, but not all reseller, of course. All sales lah. Right or not? You pack because the entire sales table are all your transactions. Anyway, your revenue is you sum the sales amount from the sales. So when you say all the sales is all 121,253 rows, you forever fix the grand total there in sales. So no matter what other table you use to slice, the sales table is your fact table. When you do the pegging, you peg it, you fix it on the sales table. Don't fix it on a dimension like product, customer, supplier, whatever. Fix it on all sales. Now this will forever be versatile. Look at this now. See, it's working already, even if it's sliced by category. This is only 10.75%. This is the 86.17% of this. If I throw away my category, now I chip in the country region from customer. Okay, oops, sorry. Okay, it still works. Look at this. Hey, what happened? I gotta put it to the top. It still works. This is country region from customer. Country region from reseller. Okay, I switch again. Reseller, there you go. Country region, drag. It still works. Okay, by product table, the color, by color, slice by color. Okay, it still works. Everything, no problem. They are able to divide by the grand total because you peg it on the sales. So the other column from other tables you use as a filter, as a slicer, they forever can slice it. See? Works beautifully. You guys got it? You guys can understand? Okay. So there's a reason why you are learning how to do calculate. But I started the calculate by putting in the predicate, okay? The expression as only equals United States. So you may not be able to see the usage. But most of the time we use function like all, okay? All selected. Functions, okay, that we use to apply to peg the scope. We fix a scope. That's the reason here, okay? So we don't use just United States like that. So this is what I want you guys to do, all right? So create this calculation. But do you know there's a smart way The smart way is a lazy way. You don't even need to create your revenue percent, you know? Do you know that? Let me delete the revenue percent. Delete. Do you know? Let me fix this. I got the revenue. I don't even need to calculate because there's an easy, the smart way. What I do is that I drag and drop the same revenue again one more time. But this second revenue here, you see, I got a first revenue, I got a second copy, the second copy here revenue, I click the drop down. I have this convenience show value as percent of grand total. See, so easy. I click here, they show percent GT revenue. Same thing. Who in the world wants to calculate? If you're talking about how much percent of each of this from the grand total, you got a convenience here. This one, show value as percent of grand total. That's a smart way, lazy, very whatever you want to call it. Smart people are lazy, actually. I don't know whether you agree, right? Why? Because they always find ways, okay, to be lazy, to don't need to do so much. That is why they're smart, right? So yeah, we've got this convenience. We don't need to calculate. Okay, you just make use of your revenue. You click the drop down here and say show value as. That's it, percent of grand total. If that is what you want. Okay. So and this works everything. Okay, I don't want color. I go back to my reseller from the country region from reseller. Okay, see, again it works beautifully. So this is generated automatically, right? Percent GT. Okay, but anyway, I don't want you guys to use this. No, not the smart way, lazy way, because this is DAX. This is a DAX class. So I want you guys to follow me. Create the measure. Create the measure. Okay. Call it revenue percent. And then you're going to divide the revenue over the calculate again the revenue. Use the calculate function. And then use all sales table. So once you have put this right, okay, make sure that it's going to be formatted as percentage. Now you can use it on your table, revenue percent, which is the calculated version. Okay, if you're using the matrix table, which percent value would you recommend? Okay. Now, if you're using a matrix, right, there are percent of grand total, percent of column total, or percent of row total. Now, it's up to you because when you're matrix, you got two subject there. So what we're talking about here, let me show you. Maybe this is a table. Let me delete off the table first. Let me show matrix. Okay. Now, matrix, because you got rows and columns. Let's say the row you use country region from reseller on the rows, like this. Again, let me change the global font to 16. Then on the column, maybe you want it to be by category on the column. You see? Then only your revenue. Look at that. So column level is your by category. Every row is actually the country region, and that's where you pivot it. You've got a column level total and row level total. So if you now want to show again another revenue next door, below here, this one you want to click the drop down and say show value as. Now you want percent of grand total or only percent of column total? If you show percent of column total, right, it's a percent of every column. What's the total? Every column. Percent of row total, right, is every row. The whole row, every row, what's the total? Because matrix, you got two axes. You got a column axis, you got a row axis. You can still show it, okay, as percent of grand total. You can evaluate that based on grand total. So grand total is the corner, this one, 100%. So here I've got the percentage, and the row level, I also have the percentage. For example, Australia, this figure for accessories is only 0.02, plus this one, all the way, it will give you 1.45% only. That's only for Australia, right? And from the grand total, right? So you can see that the grand total is still the best Because percentage from the column total, you may show a wrong visualization of people looking at the row level. But if you show percent of only row, people cannot see the column. So, but if you say percent from grand total, row and column are evaluated at once. Still, percentage of grand total is what people wanted. All right. Okay, so I will switch it back to a table. Okay, cool. And my revenue percentage. Okay, this was what we have done earlier. All right, so now a little bit more because the last segment, right, I would like to venture a little bit into time intelligence because these are the few. I have assembled all these fundamental training, right, for DAX to cover a few popular areas. But of course, there are actually much, much more, right? But in one day, I can only entice you guys with all these simple ones. Now, I would like us to continue to look at something here, okay? Now, this is good. I can see all my revenue percentages, right, divided by the grand total, which is absolutely great. Now, what if I add a slicer? See, I add a slicer, let's see next door. And this slicer is to slice by the same country region of my reseller. Okay, the slicer there, the same country region. Let me increase the font size. Slicer, no, the values itself. Okay, good. I've got my slicer here. So I hope you guys know what's a slicer, right? Now, what if I slice Canada? Correct, right? I have just added a slicer. Now, Canada is 13.09%, right? So if I slice by Canada, they show Canada alone. Lah. So confirm 13.09%. Okay. I hold on to control key to slice another one. France, 4.2%. And they add up to 17.29%. Do you know my problem right now? I'm not saying the figure is incorrect. The figure is correct. The figure is correct. But the percentage, right? To some people, they don't like to show this. What does this mean? I only see two countries which I've sliced and they show 17.29%. 17.29% of what? Because it's still the percentage over grand total. But I cannot see grand total when I'm slicing only two countries. I continue with Germany, only three countries, 19.10%. What I'm trying to tell you here is this. There are majority of the time, people wanted, right, to have a slicer. No matter how many countries I slice, the table show how many forever show 100%. That means only three countries, right? This figure is 100%. And they will need to recalculate the percentage to show the 100%. This is showing the correct percentage, but percent of grand total of all the sales. But now I only see three countries. Three countries also can show 100%. This is also 100%. So they need to recalculate maybe Canada 30+%, this is 30+%, this is 30+%. You understand me or not? Okay? So this is incorrect. Incorrect in a certain way, to a certain extent. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say here. Right? If I don't show anything, right, then 100%. That's correct because it's grand total. I can see all add up correctly. But if I slice only this country, this country, this country, then I'm in deep trouble. What do I mean by 52.08%? It is misleading. I want whatever country I slice here, they will forever add up to 100%. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is just a minor surgery need to be done. What I divide here all, right? So the all function is pegged for everything under the sun, the whole sales. Now I just add the word selected. There's a function called all selected. All function compared to all selected is different. From the name all selected, That's what I want to use. Just change all to all selected. All selected looks at what you have selected. You see? Now these three are selected, so it's 100%. And they recalculate. You see? If I select Australia alone, it's 100%. I select the second country and recalculate 100%. Germany again, three of them add up to 100%. Canada, what do you mean by Canada 80.07%? If I don't select anything, Canada is supposed to be 13.09%. But when Canada participate in three countries like this, Canada is 19.90%. Do you understand me? This is much more versatile if your report has a slicer where people can slice and select other countries. So at least you use all selected and not just all. All is a permanent pegging, a permanent fixture on the entire sales table. Usually we calculate grand total. But now we don't want grand total. We want a total to be shown, right, based on selection. What people selected, that's always 100% of the selection. It's not 100% of everything, but it's 100% of the selection. Okay? You guys understand? Is it good? So now you can see the difference between all with all selected. Now remember, not always whereby the all selected will work. You must know your scenario. You must know your requirement. If you are developing a page on the report where you have ample amount of slices, you offer your users to be able to slice by this, slice by that. And it's much more important when you calculate percentages and ratios by using all selected. But if you like to fix it to a grand total, we use all. Okay? We just use all. So all compared to all selected. It's very popular. Okay? Very prominently used. Okay? It's used a lot. Everyone can understand? So let me recopy this whole modified version of my measure. Nothing much difference. It's just the all changed to all selected. Just a minor surgery. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. You're asking. Okay, how can I select multiple? Well, how do you select multiple files in Microsoft? It's throughout Microsoft. You hold onto Control key, right? Freehand select is only one by one. You see, one. Hold on to Control key, multiple. It's the same. It's standard across Microsoft products. Standard on Windows, right? Hold on to Control key, you can select multiple, right? It's the same on your files. Files also same thing. Standard. It's all in Windows, okay? But that's a good question, okay? Because yeah, sometimes people wanted to ask, how do you do that? Now actually you can fix it, You see now I freehand select, I click, right? It's only one by one. You can change the behavior, right, to also freehand select multiple. You go to the formatting of your slicer. In the slicer settings, right, under selection, you can see there, multi-select with control is on. You can turn it off. See, you turn it off. Now, freehand, see, now they show you check, a black color box with a check mark some more. This is freehand multi-select because the default multi-select with control is turned on. So they force you to use control to do that. So it's actually a formatting. It's a customization feature, a property that can choose this. Okay. Or sometimes you can force it to single select. See, this one you turn off, single select turn on. When you choose single select turn on, then in the future you can see no more checkboxes. It's now a radio button. Radio button, right, means only single selection are allowed. So it's all customizable here. All right. Okay, so I still go back to multi-select with control. So you can explore here, right, in your formatting. Okay, this is nice. Okay, this is real nice. Let me talk a little bit about what is context transition. I want you to also compare column with a measure as well. So before that, can we export matrix into Excel? Okay. Now, the matrix that we created, right? You click triple dot here, right? You can click export data. All right. So let's say this is a matrix. I convert it back to a matrix. All right. And I will add, let's say, maybe category on the columns. So this is a matrix. Let me throw away my slicer. This is a matrix, right? So the triple dot here, right? I've got export data. When I click export data, there, it's only into CSV, yeah? All exportation is into CSV. So when it's a CSV, you know you open up also in Excel. All right? That's as best as it can go. Okay, any visuals, you can still export, but only the data. Even if you create a chart, now, even if it's a chart, you cannot export the chart as it is. You can only export the data behind the chart, right? But if it's a pivot table or a matrix like this, or a table, you can export exactly how it looks like. But the chart, don't expect to take out the chart and then put it onto the Excel also as a chart. No, they are only able to take the value behind the chart. All right, no Excel, it's only CSV. Okay, CSV you open up, it's also in Excel. Okay, is that okay? So let me get back to a table. Okay, I need to get back my country region from the reseller. Country region, then the revenue, and the revenue percent. Okay. All right, great. Now, I want the last thing that we're going to learn here before moving into time intelligence. That's our last part, right? So I want you guys to experiment something here. Go into your data view. As long as you're in a sales table, right? Have you ever wondered, right? Can I create a column, right, that will sum the sales amount? Right? I can say sum the sales amount. Have you ever wondered that? Okay, watch this. I create new column, yeah? I add column, new column. Remember, it's a new column, it's row by row. I just simply call the column product revenue. Just call it product revenue. The column is expecting it to be row by row. Every row you got a value. But you thought that I can use sum to sum up my sales amount. You know that you supposedly, right, when you apply a sum function, they return a single value, supposed to be a measure, but now you put it as a column. What will happen? Look at this. Yeah, they sum the whole thing, but every row will just put the same figure. Look at that. This is correct. This is natural. This formula is supposed to be on a measure, but you put it onto a column. We created a new column. Now, because it's a column, you got row context. With the row context, when you have a sum, right, there is no filter context. So we need to have a filter context in order the evaluation to be successful. But now you establish a row context. So every row, they forcibly put the same grand total in the row. So in order for you to display what is the sum of sales amount for every row, all you need, right, is to add a calculate in front. You know that? Just add a calculate. I told you calculate is so super powerful. Just add a calculate, then sum sales. No need filter. Close again. No need to put any filter. The calculate is enough to convert the row into a filter context. Press enter and watch this. Look at the value now. The value is now correct. Can you see this? They will sum up the sales amount only for each of the row. Look at that. Every row will have their own revenue, their own sales amount. See that? Just calculate. A lot of people don't know that you can do this. Instead of just a sum, You just pass in, wrap it into a calculate, and it still can work. Every row will have now been calculated with their very own summation, their own sales amount. All right? And you can see it's the same thing. This value is the same as this value. See, sales amount. This value is the same as this value. This value is the same as this value. Look at that. Same. Because you're summing the sales amount and you're putting it here. So can you imagine, right, okay, if you do not have a sales amount column and you want to show the total in every one of this column, so you just need to calculate order quantity multiplied by unit price. Okay, can you imagine that or not? If you don't have a sales amount, you can wrap a calculate, right? Which is actually you taking the order quantity, but when you type in order, it doesn't work this way because you need an expression, okay, that is focused on a particular table. But anyway, we already have a measure called revenue, right? You can still use revenue. Calculate revenue. Revenue is a measure that is also summing the sales amount. So enter, still the same thing. But I cannot put revenue directly because it's going to show me every row the grand total. So this is also one thing that you need to understand, okay? The difference between measures and columns. When you add a column, the default context is every row context because they expect you to have a calculated value for every row. So the row context is there. There is no filter context. Filter context is only established on a measure when they expect you to have some form of relationship filtering before getting a value. Okay. So this is also one trick, okay, that you can do, all right, to obtain a sales amount for every row. Just wrap it with a calculate. Time intelligence means, right, okay, we're going to take the consideration back to the date. We need to use time, date or time oriented, because reporting in Power BI very famous, very popular, calculated according to time. We got order date, due date, ship date, whatever, right? So now let us create a new, the last page, M06. M06, a new page. And I want us to create a matrix. Add a matrix. Again, we go back to our order date table. The order date table. Add the fiscal, the order fiscal. I only want the year and the month. That's it. Year and month. No need quarter, and I don't need the day. Okay. Like this. And I want you to add the revenue in there. So this is showing the year by the year. And I want to expand only FY 2018. Let's focus on 2018. July until June. These are the breakdown of the revenue. You have seen this since morning. Now, the first thing that a lot of people wanted to know how to calculate would be the year to date. How do I calculate year to date revenue? You know what is a year to date, right? Year to date always means it's a running total, but run only within a year. For example, we start with July, okay, which is 1.4 million, right? Then by August, right, they take the July and add also August to become 3 million plus. And then when it comes to September, it becomes 5 something million. Then up to maybe 6 million. Then by November, 6 plus 4.7 will be something somewhere around 11 million already. They keep on running total until June. They stop at June. When they start a new July, new FY, they start all over again. That's called year to date. A running cumulative total, but within year by year. Okay. So let me show you how easy to calculate YTD. Let's create a new measure. The measure, I will call it revenue YTD. Revenue, year to date. There are two ways to write this, guys. There are two ways to write this. Okay. I will show you the first method. You see, most of the time, if you were to attend my full DAX class, right, I always will show you not just one method, but a different formula that can produce the same result. And we will discuss also which method, which formula is more efficient in terms of speed or performance over the other. Even there are no difference, I will still share to you alternative solution, 2 or 3 possible ways sometimes. Okay, here I will show you 2 possible solutions. Number 1 is the usage of total, you can see MTD for month to date, QTD for quarter to date, and I want total YTD function. There's already built-in YTD, QTD, MTD functions. These are all time intelligence functions. So total YTD, what expression? Of course, I want the revenue. I want to calculate revenue, right? Comma, the next one, they require, where are your dates? My date will come from my date column from the order date. I want to make use of order date. From the order date table, since we got 3 date tables, right? I want to use order date. Then the date column. Okay. Now, if you do this, right, it's good enough. But remember, our year orientation is using financial year. It starts from July and in June. If you don't put in the fiscal, they will start calculating from January and stop at December. All right. And remember, can you see I've got a year-end date? I'll put in a comma. You can skip the filters, okay? I can just mention the year-end date. Year-end date, what is the date of year-end? It's going to be 6-30. Remember, I am using MMDD. It can be dash or it can be slash. If your computer is DDMM, you put in 30/6. Mine is MMDD. So 6/30. I follow. Last date of the financial year is June the 30th. I mention it in double quote as a string. I close it. So now when I press enter, set currency to 2 decimal places. Let me show you when I add the revenue YTD over. This is, look at this. Starts in July. So same thing. Then by August, 1.4 million plus the 2.05 becomes 3.481. Plus 2.5 becomes 6 million. Plus 500,000, 6.5. Plus 4.7, 11 million. Plus 590,000. Okay? They keep on rolling until year end, which is June, 23 million, 23.86 million. When it comes to July, can you see they start all over again? Start again with 2.9 million. They don't roll over. They stop at June. Can you imagine if I do not mention this? I don't put in the year-end date. What will happen? Watch this, guys. It will be a totally different thing. Starting is great. Start good. Start here. But look at this. Until December, they thought that year-end is December. So 11.9 mil, stop here. But when it comes to January, they start again from January, see? They never increase to 12 or 13 million. Supposed to be 13 million plus. But no, they start again from January. And they continue, 11 mil here, right? They still add with 2.9 to become 14.8 mil. Because it's still having year end. They thought that you are following calendar year. So this type of orientation is not right because I'm showing financial year. So that is why it's important for you to make sure you put in the 6/30 here. Okay? 6/30. So now when I press enter, you should be able to see it will now work fine. They will stop at June, and then by the time it starts July, they're going to start fresh again. And then it ends in June again, 34 million. By year 2020, July, they start again a fresh one. So every year, there's a year to date. Okay? And you can see year to date, right? They don't show the grand total. Year to date, it's irrelevant to show grand total. because it's year to date. You don't need to show grand total of all the year to date and add up because it's non-additive. Okay. This is the first method using total YTD. Now, what about the second way of writing this? The second way of writing, right, will be using calculate. Many people like to use this because only one function needed. If you use calculate, you need two functions. Let me share to you another way of writing this. I will calculate the same revenue. In my filter, I use another function called dates. Okay, it's called dates YTD. Okay, dates YTD. There's also dates MTD, dates QTD, and dates YTD. The dates YTD, again, they ask you where are your dates and what is your year end date. So my dates is under the date column of my order date table. This one. Then comma, the year end date. So 6/30 again. So the signature is almost the same, but not exactly. You begin with calculate function. Inside, you need to embed another function, dates YTD. You saw total YTD, everything in one function, total YTD. That is more efficient than this. But this is powerful because you can use the same thing. See, when I press enter, the value didn't change. It's still the same. It's still working. No changes. It's still doable. All right. So let me share to you this as an alternative way. Depending on which way you want it. Okay. Some people who are a fan of calculate, they like this calculate, but no harm in trying other more efficient way. Okay. It's always recommended for you to try more effective ways. So that's year to date. Very simple, right? The formula is not at all that crazy. If you were to think from the Excel's perspective, Excel does not have much time intelligence function, right? From the very early days, from the very beginning, right? Time intelligence was never part of Excel's forte. Excel is a spreadsheet program. They were not actually built to specifically fulfill the reporting requirement, right? It's only towards later years when a lot of people keep building dashboards and somewhat like a report using Excel. Microsoft tried to accommodate, but still, remember this, Excel was never a reporting program. It's just a spreadsheet program for financial, not a reporting tool. So Power BI is. Okay, so there are built-in time intelligence functions which can help you effectively do all this. Now let's do one more, which is also very challenging. It's almost impossible. Almost, yeah? Very difficult to do that in Excel. Okay? Now, what I want to share to you, right, is I want to calculate the sales last year. Okay? Hang on, there's another question. What is the FY is okay, I know that because I've got a few customers, right, who also asked me, gave me a challenge about there are certain type of calculation where you've got a 445 week type. All right. Now the 445 week type, okay, is not as easy as this. You need to have ample amount of calculation. Now there is actually a very good book written by both the Marco Russo and Alberto Ferrari called DAX Patterns. Now, inside the book, they also mention about coming up with a series of calculation that can fulfill the 445 week pattern. Okay? Because when sometimes, now there are times also my client come to me, they say, hey, we cannot simply calculate okay, that the year end for one financial year is this. Because sometimes every month right here, they expect it to end on the end of every month, right? For April is 30th, for February is 28th, for December is 31st. They follow the calendar ending. Sometimes, right, certain companies, they say, oh, certain months, every month I end on the 25th because they follow their financial closing. Monthly, they close 25th, except for one of the month, maybe 28th. Let's say February is 28th, regardless of what is there, you see? So these are all very customized, very specialized type of calculation. I can tell you the formula is horrible. It's not what I can come out from the back of my head and show you, right? So there are no ready-made functions to help you do that. You need to create multiple functions to offset here, calculate, deduct, and to come up with your own hierarchy. Even the creation of your date table is super complicated, right? So the moment you come and give me this particular question, I've got 445 and my closing date is not at the same end of the month. I'm going to answer you. I can't show you the answer right now because the formula is crazy. All right. So you know the standard, what Microsoft always know, default, 1 day, 24 hours. Okay. 1 week, 7 days. Right. 1 year, 365 days. So the only thing they talk about is financial year. You can create that. Now, I also want to share to you, I've got some customers who come and ask me, what if I want to calculate, right? 1 week, not 7 days. I want to offset Saturdays and Sundays. I want to calculate working days, 1 week, 5 days. And 1 day is not 24 hours. I want 1 day, 8 hours because they calculate the working hours. So again, you need to create offsetting calculations. You cannot use the default time intelligence. You need to come up with a table that you create all separate angle of your dates. Okay, year down to quarter, month, and day, and then down to the hours and minutes and seconds. And you may also want to calculate when are holidays. You want to offset the holidays, offset the weekends, something like that. So it's an entire new world of data modeling. All right. So it's not easy. I am very, I wish that I can immediately answer you with a snap of a finger, but I'm so sorry. It's not that easy. Okay. Yeah, but there is a request. I've actually faced all these questions before. Right. But yeah, okay, if you can, if your company allows it, please do attend my full 5 days course, right? Because in the course, at the end of that, I give the DAX pattern book for free. It's part of the course. Okay. So that's that DAX pattern book. It's a very thick book. Okay. And it has all the different types of DAX templates that you can use, suggestions for different industries, HR calculation, all right, segmentation, marketing, whatever. So they call it as DAX pattern. Right. So, but anyway, this is just to give you a rough idea on that. Okay. Now let's get back to our topic here. Now I've got revenue, which is YTD, year to date, right? Okay. Now what if now I want to calculate, I want to show last year's revenue. Why do I want to show last year's revenue? Because after I can calculate and retrieve last year's revenue, I can then show year over year growth, comparing current year with last year. Remember, this morning when we started, I asked you to rewrite the formula. Remember, we got the YOY%, the growth. Actually, the formula is in there. You have seen it before. Okay. Again, there are two ways of writing this. So let me show you the easiest way, the simplest way. Create new measure. So we'll call it revenue PY. Revenue previous year, PY. Okay, we did this morning, right? So we're going to use the calculate function to calculate the revenue. As usual, calculate. And the filter expression is to just use same period last year. There you go. The function is a very convenient function, which is very popular. People wanted to compare with last year. But if you ask me, what if I want to compare 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Can I use last year and last year and last year? No. Please don't do that, okay? This is only retrieving 1 year ago. If you want to compare 3 years ago, you don't use this function. Obviously, they don't have a function called same period n years ago. No. There is another function called parallel period. Parallel period is the one that is more versatile. You can use it, right, to offset any number of years. But same period last year, the name is last year, so only 1 year ago. So same period last year, you put in the date. So the date column from the order date table. Just pass in the date column from the order date in my case here. That's it. Just calculate the revenue, same period last year, based on the date. So I copy this. Let's share it with you. And I press enter, set 2 decimal places, and let me put it next door to my table. Watch this. Revenue PY. There you go. Voila. Okay, in the year 2018, there is no FY 2017. That's why all blank. But look at this. For the year 2019, last year they showed 2018. So you can see this group here is actually the same as this group. So July with July, August with August, September with September. Oh, sorry. So same period last year. So they can fetch what is the figure from the previous year and you put it onto the table. So at least now I've got the figure like this. Current sales in July 2018, it was 2.9 million. Last year, July 2017 was 1.4 million. So I've got more than 100% growth. You see, this was what you have learned earlier. Okay. So you can see, okay, that remember that June is the only one that I've got negative. You see, I think June was the one, or no? Here still, they're all positive, huh? Wait, this is more than that. Greater. February, right? 2.8 million. Last year, 3.9 million. This was negative growth. This is negative. Okay. So this is also November, 3.6 million for current year. Last year, November, 4.7 million. Again, negative. Okay. So with the naked eye, you can see, compare, okay, that there is negative growth somewhere. Okay, so your revenue year-over-year growth, you don't need to calculate because it's already here. Remember this? I var calculate revenue that same period last year, right? Then I just divide revenue with the previous year. That's it. I don't need to calculate this anymore. But what I would like to show you, right, is another way of writing. If you don't want to use same period last year, what's another way to write? I told you about parallel period. Parallel period can also be used. I erase this. Parallel period. Parallel period, expect where are your dates. So I call it order date, date column, comma, number of intervals. So you put -1 because you want to move backwards. You put +1 means 1 year later. You always use negative to go back. So -1, comma, 1 month or quarter or year. Year. There you go. That's it. Parallel period based on the date column, -1, and then the interval year. Enter. You can see the data is the same. There are no difference. Okay, but look at it. Something wrong here. Something is really wrong. Why are they showing me this? Why are they showing me this? What seems to be the problem right now? When I use parallel period based on the date -1 year. Something is not right. It's 1 year ago, right? But yes, using parallel period, right? It sounds the same, but it's not the same. Why? Because you are saying year. Okay. So now what it seems to be the problem? Because you're showing month. So 1 year ago is -12 and the interval month is the same as -1 year. So what if I put -12 month? Will it work or not? Now it works. You see, it's that sensitive, you know. You might be thinking, what is this? -1 year and -12 month is the same thing, right? But yes, 12 months is equal to 1 year. You're right. But you have to look at it technically from the perspective of your visual. Your visual is showing month level, guys. So don't be stubborn. You must fulfill and follow their requirement. Okay? Unless you collapse it, you don't show month. It's only the year. If you're showing the year only, okay, like this, then maybe you can actually use, okay, minus 1 year. But because your granular level, the lowest level is actually month. You're displaying month, you see? You got it not? So that is the reason why you need to make sure it's minus 12 month. You have to calculate month by month granularity. Even though 12 months and 1 year is the same, but don't do this. Okay? It is not the same technically speaking. It is not the same. See that? I don't even know where they come up from here. How do they get 11.9 million? Right? I believe, right, is that previous year, January here, all this total up, is it 11.9 million? No, not really. So I guess this 11.9 million, right, 1 year ago is because of this one. See? Can you see this now? This figure is only as of December. And again, this figure, 30 million, right, is only as of previous year. So it's cumulative. So this 30 point something million, right, is as of a certain date here. So what I can see from here, they start from January. Can you see that? They start from January. Because if you put in minus 1 year, they thought that your year here, okay, is according to calendar year. That is why it's all haywire. And furthermore, most importantly, in your visual, you are slicing by month. So it's always recommended to follow minus 12 month. Then you will get the correct calculation. Look at that. It's a correct calculation. All right. So you minus, okay, go 12 months back. Okay. So now we are almost done, okay, based on our one single day training here, okay. But I would like to share with you guys, okay, one particular last calculation which can be quite discerning. All right. This one is almost one of what I actually include in my advanced training. Okay. This is supposedly to what I cover in day number 4 of my full 5 days training. Day number 4, close to day number 5 are all advanced stuffs. So the formula is getting longer and longer and getting more and more complex. Now, let me share this calculation with you. Now, I am going to show you how I create a measure. I want to calculate the number of new customers for a period of time, for a given time period. What do you mean by new customers? Now, let me share to you my report again. So I've got my revenue YTD, revenue PY. So let me remove my revenue PY and YTD. Just back to revenue alone. I want to come up with a new measure here showing every month, okay, how many new customers, and then total for the entire year, what are the number of customers? Okay, what do you mean by new customers? Now, new customers means, right, I want to come out with every month when a customer buys something on that particular month for the first time, okay, he or she is considered a new customer. All right. So for the next month, when he or she go and buy again, it's not going to be a new customer. Okay. Any one of the customers bought something for the very first time, no matter what month, they're going to be included in the count. Now, this is going to sound quite complicated, but there is a way, right, to actually find out. Now, how? Because we need to understand that the customer table has a relationship to our sales table. Now, remember, in the sales table, how they are related is by the customer key. But the customer key column in the sales table, if I were to show you in the data view, this is customer key. Look at that. The customer key, some are -1. I don't know what is this -1 doing there, because there are some form of a customers when they are not applicable or whatsoever. Okay, it's that's the data model. But they're trying to actually check. The moment you come across one customer ID, which actually happens to buy, right? Okay. The first time they bought something on that particular month, I want to include that into account. But the problem is with my customer key in the sales, they are all duplicates because the same customer key will appear many times because the customer can buy many times, different periods of time, and different number of products. Correct? So in order for me to be able to find this, right, I need to distinct count the customer key, right? Distinct count the customer key and only to look at a particular set of dates. Now, I think to make it easier for me to share, to show you, all right, make it easier for me to show you, I will look at the dates, right, between the first time. Actually, I don't say the first time. I want to look at the dates, right, from blank. That means the customer never bought anything, so the date is blank until the latest date. And you know what? I only want to look at customers from the internet channel because I remember in my sales order table, there is something called channel. Look at this. The channel called reseller. Channel reseller means these are not actual customers. These are my resellers who bought from me and they resell to their customer. Now there are another channel, right, called internet. I think it's at the bottom there. Internet. Internet are direct sales. My customer bought this online direct from me. So I've got two channels of sales. I sell products to my resellers. They sell out to the customers, or customers buy direct from me online. So I would like to filter only customers buying direct from me. That means I filter internet channel only. Resellers, I don't want. I ignore them. And these bunch of internet customers, okay, I want to calculate and count between the earliest date or totally blank, no dates until the latest date. This will be good enough for me to understand how many actual customers buy direct from me. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to my sales table. I'm gonna show you how I piece and construct this formula. It's gonna be quite long. I will call this internet customers. Okay, internet customers. All right. Now, it will start with calculate. Yep. Because I want to calculate something and I need to apply a filter. That's why the fastest is calculate. I want to calculate the distinct count of the customer key from the sales table. Correct? Because the sales table contains all transactions. So I calculate the customer key, but a distinct count unique only. The customer will appear duplicate many times. I count once. But I count once from where? Comma. The filter. The filter, I'm going to use a function called what? Dates between. There's a function that returns given two dates in between, they calculate for you. That's to define the scope of my filter. So they expect where are your dates coming from and what's the start date and when is the end date. So the date, I want to get it from my order date table, the date column. Let me put this on the second line. So easier to read like this. I filter dates between, pass in the date, comma. Start date, I start from when? I will start from nothing. Okay, which I put in blank function. Blank function means, right, null, totally nothing, when the date don't exist. Okay, actually some people will say, well, you can put min, right? The min function, minimum, the earliest date is min function. The date column from the order date, okay, comma, end date is max function. So let me put this again, multiple lines, easier. Max order date, this one, dates between. So all from my order date, the date column, start from the minimum. Min means the earliest date possible. Max is the latest date. All right. Then finally, this is the group, the scope, the first filter. Comma again, I can have a second filter. Look at that. Filter one is by the date. Second filter is, I want to make sure that my channel column from a sales order equals to internet. That's it. This is what I want. I hope you can understand. As I type, I explain this. I hope that you understand what I'm trying to do here. Let me see whether I can get data or not. So I've got this measure. Let me put in 1,000 separator just in case. And I'm going to place it here. Internet customers. Yes, the answer is correct. Wait, hang on. 2459 is the total customers for the year 2018, correct? 289, 159, 161. Okay. Now, this is correct in one way. There are two ways to look at this, okay? This is correct in one way. Look at this. 289 is the starting July. I got 289 customers who bought from me in the month of July. Then in the month of August, right, I only got 159 customers. They never include these bunch of customers. These are all new customers that appear. And when you total up all these things, right, okay, it will be 2459. There's another way to count this. If I don't use min for the order date, I really put a blank function. I start from blank all the way to the whatever, to when the days, when there are no such dates to the maximum date. Now, there's a different meaning here now. Look at the value. The values are different. The values are different. Total customers 2459. But can you see these group, right, is not adding up to here. This is running total now becomes 289, then increase to 448, then increase to 609, increase, cumulatively increase until 2459. This 2459 is the last year. Look at that. This is different. This is like running total. Okay? Remember, 448 is inclusive of 289. Remember that. If you take 448 minus 289, difference is 159. Remember previously I showed 159? So this is showing cumulatively. On August, 448 customers, they also include from July, 289 customers is together in there. But you want to know new customers appearing every month. That is when you change the blank to at least a min function, minimum order date. Then the meaning is different. Now the meaning you see is 159. Just now is 289 plus 159. That's why they show that figure. Now they are not including. So every month, these figures are showing you new customers appearing every month. They are not showing cumulative. So now all these values you can total up to become 2459. You got it? Just now was like year to date or month to date. MTD to date, they keep on running total until the end. You get what I mean? So just the difference between the start date here. Look at that. See? I modified the min to blank. It's a different story. When I put in blank means, right, they will include also everything from before. They keep on accumulating, cumulatively added. So now it's a different meaning. The value is different. Look at that. So 289 increase to 448. 448 include this one. So on the third month, September, 609 includes everything from the 2 months together. So keep on accumulating until 2459. The last number always matches this. Similarly, 2019. So this is accumulating also. 2749 all the way by the end of FY 2019, 5630. So it's 5630. And they continue accumulating all the way until June 18484. That's the grand total, 18484. 18484 is the total number of customers that I have. Look at my table, customers. Customer table. Total number of rows. 18480. 5. 18485. I think the negative one has been ignored. There is one negative one. Negative one is some unknown thing. So there is a record of negative one in there. So they ignore that. That negative one might be a customer that, I don't know, never bought from me. Okay. So 18484 are the total customers. Okay. Do you guys understand this? Okay. Either you want to report, okay, cumulative like this, which I will share to you, right? You use the blank function. So this is just to show you that how interesting that sometimes a calculation can become. You can try to calculate all sort of things that you want to report. Okay. This one is showing cumulative when you have a blank there. If I replace the blank, okay, with the min, then they don't include the previous month with a min. And they don't do running total. Every month is unique new customers only. New customers who bought in that month. Now the figure is different. See? Every month new customers. So this figure is different. There's another replacement, guys. Since you're dealing with the date, min function, you can replace it with first date function. Obviously, max function can replace with last date function, see? Because you are dealing with date. Min is the lowest. Lowest means first date. Max is the latest date, so last date. You can replace min and max with first date and last date, but only because this is date. Okay, so now when I press enter, you can see the answer is the same. No difference. Still okay. All right. So first date, last date. That's another function. There are many functions which can equate the meaning. All right. But of course, there are many more types of time intelligence calculation that we can promote. So I guess we ran out of time already. Okay, it's close to 5 p.m. already. So I hope that even though this is only a one-day free training for you guys, okay, but at least it has given you some insights, okay? In fact, okay, the topic, the content that I have here is way, way, way more than what I've shared to you for this one-day fundamental. Okay, so I also hope, okay, that based on my style on how I train DAX, okay, so this is how I train DAX, because I always want to ensure that I'm not scaring you guys off, but I want to make you guys understand how this works. And don't be afraid of the formula. I know people still do, okay, but well, I cannot blame them, but it's just that training yourself to write DAX formulas is not that all hard, but it's just you need to keep on practicing. Okay. So of course there are many, many types of DAX training out there. All right. But of course, the most importantly is how the trainer delivers it. Okay. I am so passionate with the code, okay, that I can explain to you why you shouldn't write like this, because there is a context transition or blah, blah, blah that you should avoid, you know, because I practically communicate with Marco Russo and Alberto Ferrari, right? So I literally study how the DAX engine works. And that is why I can explain a lot of the intricate mechanics behind the DAX way of evaluation, right?